Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In a few seconds, the meeting will be called to order. If you have a phone, as we almost all do, please put it on silent or vibrate. All right, this meeting of the Pontiac City Council is hereby called to order at 6:03 p.m. Councilwoman James, would you like to lead us in invocation this evening in Councilman Parker's absence?
Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this day. We just thank you for all the blessings that you've bestowed upon us. We thank you just for giving us the blessing to be here on today. We thank you and we ask your blessings over this meeting today, over all the council members, over all of our city administration and staff and employees today. Bless us and give us strength, oh God, as we face these trying times. We ask your blessings over the meeting and over the council and over the administration of the city of Pontiac. These blessings we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For this evening's moment of silence, it is with great sadness that, as many of you have heard in the community, Pastor James Keys of Monument of Faith Missionary Baptist Church has come to the end of his journey on this plane, in this earth. And so we send our sincere condolences to the family, friends, parishioners, colleagues that have been touched by Pastor Keys over the decades, a pillar of the community. The City Council, of course, in coming days will join with the community in celebrating and venerating his memory and accomplishments to advance our community. Please join us for a moment of silence as a community honoring Reverend James Keys. Thank you very much. Councilman Rutherford, would you like a point of privilege to reflect on Pastor Keys? I know how close you were to him and his family.
Reverend Keys was family. His grandchildren are my nieces and nephews. I've known him since I was 6. He was the only pastor I knew around here who would take the gang members that nobody else wanted to bury. He would have their funeral. He was the only pastor I knew around here who would write letters for people that people didn't believe needed second chances, and he would be the one to speak for them. But most importantly, he was a pastor that no matter what you was going through, no matter what anybody said about you, he loved you just the same. Reverend Keys was a example of God's grand design of what a minister is supposed to do, be loving, forthcoming. Our family is extremely hurt by this because it has been a long process, and I just ask that you pray for everybody in our family, Steve, Christian, Jamisha, Jasmine, James, because this is going to affect them tremendously, and especially his wife. And this is hard to do because we always think he always makes it. But like he said, he's just passing over to another plane. So I just ask that you please keep our family in your prayers. Please, please. We have lost so many people this year in the last 5 months. And so please be praying for us as a family and praying for Miss Keys. And I always remember that the Reverend Keys was just the realest person you could ever meet. So I just want to thank y'all for that.
Yes.
Amen.
Thank you very much for that. Clerk Doyle, roll call of council members.
Carrington.
Present.
Goodman. James.
Here.
McGinnis.
Present.
Nicholson. Parker. Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established, is there a motion to excuse Councilman
So
Nicholson
moved.
from this evening's meeting for personal reasons?
So moved.
Moved by Rutherford. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman James. We are anticipating council members Parker and Goodman joining us shortly as well. All right, hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington.
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
4 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Councilman Nicholson's excused. Is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. There's one possible change. First up to bat, Pro Tem Carrington flagged that the Federal Wage and Hours Office resources, they were here, but it's best for them to reschedule for a future meeting. So if we could, do you make that motion to remove that presentation?
Yes, I make that motion to remove special presentation number 1, Federal Wage and Hours Office Resources.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Rutherford to amend the agenda. Hearing no discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle on that amendment, removing special presentation number 1.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
4 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We're back to the main motion, the agenda as amended. Is there any further changes or discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Clerk Doyle on adoption of the agenda as amended.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
4 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. I'll run through the items in the consent agenda. The City Council regular meeting minutes from May 14th, 2024, including the closed session minutes. The special meeting minutes of the City Council from May 16th, 2024. Resolution for the honorary renaming of Alton Avenue in honor of Lily Bell Alexander. Resolution honoring the life and service of Julene Dixon Jenkins. Resolution honoring the life and service of Pastor Glenn Chappell. Resolution authorizing the permit for fireworks display at M1 Concourse on June 1st, 2024. Resolution authorizing permit for fireworks display at M1 Concourse on June 8th, 2024. Resolution approving the purchase of aftermarket equipment for 4 new pickup trucks for $37,644. That's related to city pickup trucks. The purchases were already authorized. This is for equipping them for snow removal and salt distribution, so that aftermarket equipment. A resolution requesting the Oakland County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority to review the 204 West New York Avenue Carlisle Townhome Brownfield Plan. Resolution requesting the Oakland County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority to review the Beacon Square Apartments located at 101 Mechanic Street, parcels number 641428332718. Brownfield Plan. Resolution requesting the Oakland County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority to review the Auburn Apartments and Beacon Place Townhomes project located at 454 Auburn Avenue and 180 J. Hubbard Lane, parcel numbers 641433205034 and 641433205035. And finally, resolution requesting the Oakland County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority to review the Casa del Rey project located at 111 Oneida Street, parcel number 6414312310011111 Brownfield Plan. Those 4 Brownfield plans were approved by the City Council previously, but there need to be a technical change to the resolution, so that's why they are in tonight's consent agenda. With that, roll call, Clerk Doyle on adoption of the consent agenda.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Abstain.
James.
Yes.
4 yeas, 1 abstention.
That motion carries. The consent agenda and those items are adopted. We are now at the first and only special presentation this evening about American Rescue Plan Act funding status update. We give the floor to the mayor and deputy mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, President McGinnis. We want to provide regular updates to City Council and the public about the progress we're making in terms of programming ARPA dollars. This includes spending ARPA dollars, it includes obligating ARPA dollars, and it includes appropriating ARPA dollars, which are all different steps in the process. And so as we accelerate the allocation of these funds and get more and more of these funds under contract, we want to just provide regular updates. So with that, I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Stevens to go through the presentation and the most recent update.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council, this should not take too long to go through the actual presentation itself. As the mayor said, there are a few general buckets. There's money that has actually been spent. there is money that has been obligated but not yet actually dispersed. And then there is money that has come to council. Council has said, yes, we agree that you should spend the money in this way, but it has not yet actually been entered into contract. And then finally, there is a pot of money for which we have suggestions, but has not moved through any of the steps of the process. And so we'll just review where we are with ARPA funding. So for those of you who don't know, the ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act funds were first announced in March of 2021. The city of Pontiac got a total allocation of $37.7 million. We received the first half of that in June of 21. We received the second half of that in August of 22. In November of 22, we put together a conceptual plan, and in June of 23, we rolled out the home repair program. In June of this year, we will be rolling out the small business program. That conceptual plan that I talked about came before City Council. City Council agreed that these were the general buckets in which we would spend the money. Again, at that time, no obligation had been done, no appropriations had been done. It was just, this is how we believe we would like to spend the money. So you can see in total, and we aggregated some of these categories. So in parks, we had $6 million. That was actually broken out, $4 million for one group of parks, $2 million for another group. But the youth community center, our home repair program, quality of life items, which includes the anti-violence program, infrastructure work, economic development activities, lost revenue. The lost revenue is any community was able to take $10 million or the actual dollars that they lost due to COVID. We decided to take the standard deduction, which was the $10 million. Indirect costs, so staffing and different things that go along with actually managing these programs. And then we had $1.1 million that had not been assigned to any category. So to date, money that has actually been completely spent, we bought a license for some grant software called Amplifund. It helps the grant department track their spending, their request. We also started on our community park improvements. We bought a number of different vehicles. That includes the street sweepers and some pickup trucks. We began the home repair program, and so to date, we've actually spent $303,000 on staffing and on actually repairing homes, and again, the $10 million of lost revenue. Money that has been obligated. So these are funds that are actually in a contract to have something done with them. Again, we have that grant software, so that is a multi-year program that we're licensing. We also have vehicles that are on order. We have not received the vehicles yet. So once we receive the vehicles, that'll go from obligated to actually spent, because we will actually pay the remaining balance on those vehicles. The home repair program, we have 10 contractors who are contracted to do lead and asbestos abatement, and then we have another group of contractors who are actually set to do the actual work on homes. And between those two sets of contractors, we have $2.8 million under contract for the home repair program. And as of right now, we've got 6 houses that were completely done. We have another 44 houses that are actually in the process somewhere along the line of being repaired right now. And then we also started on our park revitalization program, getting individuals. We have a company that is contracted to go out to the parks and do conceptual plans. Some of you may have actually participated in that activity in the past couple of weeks. So this is the category of money that has been in front of council but has not yet made its way to an actual contract. So we have more vehicles that are going to be bought. Again, the entirety of the park revitalization program, you see what's left there. There's a typo in there. It says Youth and Recreation Program. That's actually the Youth Recreation Center. So we put $3 million set aside, we're wanting to set aside $3 million for that program. Development projects undefined. About a month ago, we brought forward $2.85 million worth of development projects for City Council. Some of that was yet to be determined, and still it's yet to be determined. But these other DPs are the development projects that actually we are working our way through getting them under contract right now. So more roadway signage, a facade program. Again, we've got money for the home repair program, the actual staff members. Community enhancement grants, so we would like to have a grant program to help community organizations. Community cleanup program. Again, we have the parking project. So if those of you who have been watching city council meetings, we need to order new machines for our downtown parking, and so ordering the machines, getting them set up, having a repair program for them, that's that money set up there. Again, I talked earlier about the small business program rollout. Those are the dollars that have been set aside for that. We have been working diligently to get technical assistance providers. So we think we finally have all of those providers lined up. We just have to get them under contract now. The rest of the money for our park cleanups or our park revitalizations. And then you see here items that are on the current agenda: bathroom facility assessment, community park concept plan. So our engineering firm DLZ has proposed to do a facility assessment of the existing bathrooms in the large parks. And then also DLZ has proposed to do, in order to streamline and speed up the process, to do the community park concept plans so that we can get them through the process of design and into construction faster than going out to a larger RFP. So taking all of the categories of money, the money that is actually spent, the money that has been obligated in a contract, and the money that has been appropriated but not yet put into a contract, we've accounted for $29, almost $30 million of all of the ARPA funding. So that leaves us with just under $8 million to still try to figure out what we're going to do with those funds. And so our proposed spending for those funds, we have sewer infrastructure that needs to be repaired. We need new snow trucks. Also, under DPW, we would like to, those of you who are familiar with Google Earth and you know all of the pictures that are there, we would like to actually send a truck around Pontiac to inventory all of our assets. So we would be able to know exactly where all of the street signs are, all of the trees and the sidewalks, and then we would be able to take that and put it into a GIS map so that we would know where all of those things are, and it would make it easier for us to actually track and get them fixed when that's necessary. We also have $500,000 for arts and culture. That would be $200,000 for the arts crawl. for the arts crawl and the music in the parks, and then another $300,000 was for
for competitive events
for
arts and culture organizations.
Thank you. So all of those items are actually ready to come before City Council. We just have to finish reviewing the resolutions. So we expect them to be on the City Council agenda on June 4th, and then we should be able to have them into the obligated category, so have them into contracts before the end of June. Then we have two more programs. The violence prevention program, which we have talked about multiple times here, that likely will be right in June as well, but because it's still a little bit in the air, I did not want to put an actual date on it. And then the remaining funds, we would suggest that they be put towards the rec center as well. And so that is an update of where we are with the ARPA funding. Again, there's about $8 million of funds that we do not currently have well, not even $8 million. There's really $3.2 million of funds that we don't currently have a solid plan for.
All right, a lot of questions. The first question I will ask is, have you gotten a definitive answer from the state of Michigan about the impact of obligating these American Rescue Plan Act funds prior to the beginning of their state fiscal year? For everyone's benefit, there's been some deliberation about the state offering greater revenue sharing to cities if they've got all their ducks in a row by an earlier deadline, not the federal government's deadline of December 31st, but of September 30th. That's been shared with council previously, and we just want to know, has the other shoe dropped on that? Is that still being decided? The state of Michigan may not have yet said that finally.
Yeah, the state of Michigan has not said that finally. I don't think we'll have a ultimate final decision on that until the state budget passes. So I've heard mixed things about that. We're trying to proceed very diligently and quickly so that we can have things obligated by, in all cases, sometime in September, in the event the state does ultimately move in that direction.
Deputy Mayor, can you go back to the screen that shows some of the other sort of phases a little bit before and before? So this is 11 of the $37.7 million, 11.1 million is sort of put to bed, has been utilized in ways in which were eligible expenses, and it's approved, spent where it needs to be. Go to the next slide, please. And then this $3.4 million has been obligated, meaning it's saying we have approved as a city council, it's been contracts have entered or something that legitimizes it with the federal government. That's the steps that they need for it to be taken. So am I right in saying we're looking at $14.5 million that are put to bed or satisfied the deadline that's looming later this year? Is that correct?
Yeah, it's actually closer to 15 million because the previous slide was like 11 and a half, and this is about 3.5, so it comes up to about 15 total ballpark. I will note that there is a mistake here, which is of the violence prevention funds. The entirety of those are listed as non-obligated, but actually, as council will recall, we have entered into a contract with the National Network for Safe Communities that is funded out of ARPA dollars. So that is another, again, ballpark, roughly $400,000 that actually has been obligated.
Okay, I know City Council authorized that contract execution, but your understanding is that it has been executed?
Yeah, I'll confirm that. I know it was making our way through the purchasing process, but I will confirm that.
So we may be at 15 or $15.5 million that have been either spent or obligated of the $37.7 million. And this is the crucial point, is that before the year is up, for the city to ensure that these funds can be utilized to benefit the community and our citizens, they have to be obligated. You know, contracts entered, or, you know, sort of that's sort of solid before either the end of September, if we want to be eligible for potential bucket of new state funding as basically a reward or an incentive that we're moving quickly on it. And then second, the federal hard cutoff is December 31st. So the next slide, even though the administration might feel like they've got solidly in place in the sense that a budget amendment has been approved, many of these steps would still require city council authorization, either contracts approved or us consenting that there may have been categories or funding that was allowed in certain budget line items, but there would still require city council action or administrative work to prepare it and then execute it, which would make it obligated. And then the next of just continuing, so that's the same case. So we're talking about essentially almost as much money has been either spent or obligated has also got to still be approved by city council and finalized for pulling the trigger. And then the final slide is 7 million plus of taking a part out spent, obligated, or a firm idea that's still not finalized in terms of where it would be deliberated. So That means that there's a lot of work that will still have to come before City Council. The administration will have to do a ton of work, but there will be a lot of further research, review, debate, deliberation, and voting that City Council needs to do between now and September to fully activate, fully use, and protect those resources so that way they don't get sent back or clawed back by the federal government because these steps weren't finalized. Speakers list, Pro Tem Currington, then Councilman Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, President McGinn. One of the first questions, you stated the $10 million that went to, that you was able to use for, I guess, filling the gaps. Could you just give us a light summary of what that means so the public can actually know what you're saying that we used the $10 million for? I know you don't have it in front of you line by line, but just a general synopsis will work.
So the revenue loss or lost revenue category was just a category that the federal government allowed to say, we know that during COVID, it is likely that you did not bring in as much revenue as you would have brought in. Either you brought in less income tax dollars or you brought in less dollars from permits and fees and different things. And so the federal government said, you can take either the actual amount of money that you lost, so you can go through a complicated formula to show exactly what you lost, or you can take $10 million. So the city of Pontiac said, well, we'll take the $10 million. And so that actually just became part of our general fund revenues in that year.
Oh, thank you.
Are you okay, Pro Tem, with the mayor also
Yes,
answering your question?
the mayor.
Yeah,
Yield to the mayor.
just to add a little layer of nuance to that, we still did have to identify some specific spending that it covered, and we did that. And that a lot of that was, all of that actually were items that otherwise would have had to come out of the city's general fund. So a lot of that was law enforcement expenses, fire contract expenses, things that were large bulk items that otherwise would have had to come out of the city's general fund.
And my second question, if I can, President McGinnis, is concerning the youth center. And looking at your projections, I'm kind of concerned about the youth recreational center being built. You say with the uncommitted funds, you got $2.6 million, basically $2.6 million allocated. And earlier on the form, you said you have another $3 million allocated. So that's about $5.5 million. Your projection of building that center is somewhere between, what, 15 million and 20 million?
25.
Well, am I correct? I'm looking for an exact number. I can let the mayor yield.
Yeah, that's right. In terms of our estimates, we won't have an exact number until we go through bidding for different portions of the actual construction. We do have $3 million set aside in a designated fund that the previous city council designated, and we have had a number of conversations with the philanthropic community and foundations. We've put in a request with the federal and state government as well. So we are confident that we will get there. But you're right that we still have some fundraising to do, and we knew that. We knew that we wouldn't be able to really go out and fundraise until after we brought an architectural firm on board and after they prepared some basic conceptual plans that we could then take and show to private foundations and to the state and federal government.
Okay. And just want to add on to that. Again, I guess I'm concerned, but I also want this council to think about how we need to roll back some things that we feel that should be in that particular rec center. To actually have a prayer and a hope of community organization and grant writing funding is a long shot to me, and I don't think it's necessarily totally practical for us to be trying to wait for things. I think that we need to look at a very minimal expense of building a rec center, putting into things that's most critical to our citizens, and then we need to move forward to get this completed. Just as my opinion on that particular matter, but I am concerned as we look at what we're using our ARPA funds for. I was really hoping that we'd be putting more money into the rec center from our ARPA funds to help us get closer to building a rec center for this community. Thank you.
Councilman Rutherford.
I'm gravely concerned. This money is spread too thin. Can you go back to 2 pages, please? Originally in November, first question, you go on, one more. One more. Originally in November, when you guys debuted this, you had funding for childcare. Where is that funding? That's the first question. Originally, when you guys debuted y'all plan, y'all had money for workforce development. Where is that money? Originally, that's the second question. The third one, most importantly, is this. You already have $3 million. In our meeting in March of 2024, the statement was made that it would actually be between $16 to $25 million for the rec center. You want us to pay for facades, road signage, and staffing for home repair. I don't get the road signage. I don't get the facade program. And if you can go back to the next page, the park revitalization is appropriated. We need to rethink the way we're doing this. We're not getting more bang for our buck, and what's going to happen is small business is going to lose money because we're going to run out of money somewhere, and then y'all want to obligate money that you already know that some people on council want to give directly to programs that actually benefit the city, and so I don't see how this can work. And so my question very simply is, what happened to the child care, number one? What happened to the money for the workforce development, because it's not in there? And you can't say it's a small business program, because the small business program is to assist small businesses and not the workforce. And so I yield my 2 questions to the administration.
Yeah, there was one category of workforce development and childcare, and we still envision doing that. And by that, I mean workforce development investments. The concept with the childcare was always to provide money to reduce or address obstacles in people receiving workforce development, whether that's childcare, whether that's transportation. And that, I believe, is incorporated in some of the development programs. I'll allow the deputy mayor to speak to that, but I think that's part of that development program dollars that is unappropriated currently, as the deputy mayor mentioned. And it is unappropriated because we haven't yet passed a specific appropriations budget amendment to address the amount that will go to workforce development. But that is part of that category. And then in terms of the other questions, which is about allowing for opportunities for community organizations, that is included in both the arts and culture category as well as the community enhancement grants category. Those are for community organizations to put in applications for specific kinds of grants to do projects in the community.
On follow-up, Councilman Rutherford.
So I'm glad you said that, but here's the problem. You know that the Transportation Museum needs more than $400,000. You also know that the Webster program, who you've been talking to, needs more than $400,000. So just those 2 alone would take up that $400,000. So my question again is, why didn't y'all put more money into the community enhancement grants? Because it's a long-term plan. I'm just not understanding it. So I'm hesitant, and if we were voting on this today, it would be a no for me, because y'all told us one thing, and I only can go by what I see. If it's not on this paper, I can't see it. So that's what my reservation is. And we need to know the exact amount of money that the youth center is going to actually cost, because we can't say we just need $5 million when we really need $25 million. So that's my follow-up. That's it.
Councilman James.
Yeah, I want to clarify a couple of things, and then I have a comment on just the presentation itself, which I think is very good. The clarifications I have are, you were talking about the $10 million that went into the general fund that we were allowed to put in, and I was on the Finance Committee that did vote to allow that money to be put into the general fund because it makes it more available to the community. It gives us more flexibility in how that money is to be used, and the Finance Committee did review that, I think, last year, and we did approve that. But I thought I heard you say that the $15 million, and I want to clarify, because $10 million was allocated. How did the 15, your last statement said something about 15 million.
Yes.
So I'm like.
Great question. And I'll go back to the slide. Okay. So $10 million in revenue loss, plus about another $1 million in other spending. You add that to the money that's been obligated, and those two categories together come up to be somewhere around $14.5 million.
Okay, all right, that's, okay. Thank you. Second question is on the amount of money that we're paying for the community parks to DLC. I think it's estimated at 900 and I want to know, is that 944,000, is that just for planning?
Do you yield to the mayor, Councilman?
Yes.
Okay, you have the floor, Mayor Grimm.
Yeah, it is both for concept design, i.e. planning, and by that category, I mean the same that occurred in the Galloway Lake Park, but it is more than just that. It is also actual design engineering, meaning creation of construction documents, so that we'll have those to actually go out for bid with. And then finally, it also includes surveying, it includes geotechnical services, it includes really the full breadth and depth of pre-construction engineering services.
Okay. And then the comment that I had, and I think the presentation is good, but you said that you're going to give us ongoing updates, and here's my concern. I would like to see us look at, this is a one-time influx of monies. And when I look at it, its relevance to the community, I'm looking at three areas. Direct benefit to residents. So the home repair program, those kinds of programs are direct benefits to the community. Someone has seen their home improved or something happen that made a difference directly to their lives. Same for the small businesses. A small business was able to add an employee. A small business was able to get a work site. So direct benefit to the residents of the city of Pontiac. Indirect benefit. So let's look at it in terms of how much of this money was spent to indirectly benefit our residents. So the parks and all of the monies that is going to create a better standard of life, quality of life, workforce development, all of those things are indirect benefits to the residents. And then the third category is infrastructure, where you're buying trucks, you're building up the ability of the city to meet the needs of the residents. So those are the three areas that I think in future, as you report out how these monies are used, those are the areas that I want to see a number on, because and direct, I think we really need to give some thought to how can we, because we had a comment made about the seniors in this city who are in great need of people living alone and under just horrendous circumstances. And I think we need to really look at how can we build up that direct benefit part of it, so that we really, as we use these monies and these monies wind down and they're not going to be replaced, that we can see how that money has directly benefited. I think the indirect is in good shape, but I'd like to see the direct benefit built up. And the one suggestion that I have is climate change. That's the one thing that I'm not sure is realized there. But we have people who are dealing with flooding situations, elderly people who don't have a clue. How do you go about navigating, dealing with something where in the past you didn't have flooding and now you do? So I would love to see us try to create some kind of a public education, at least, program where our residents would have access to some kind of municipal help when they are having climate change situations, where they're dealing with flooding, they're dealing with stormwater issues that they just simply do not understand, because you have to understand something to call and and get a service person, you have to know what you have. And I think for seniors, they just don't have a clue as to how to go about working on a stormwater issue. So I think stormwater education and support for our residents would be a good direct service that we could provide, and certainly one that, looking at the future, we're going to see more and more of because we're dealing with a climate change environment. So those are my comments.
I just want to elevate and escalate my grave concern. It is May 21st, 2024, and $1.1 million has been directly spent of the $37.7 million apart from the lost revenue. So the flexibility and the ability to be as creative and proactive and direct benefit to residents, the window is closing, and it's closing very rapidly, where the main question I'll keep asking when any of these obligation questions or budget approval questions come are, will it satisfy the federal government's requirement to spend it by the date before it goes away? And I wish, as with any other decision that comes to City Council, that it would not always be back against the wall, take this or we lose all. That really suffocates and strangles good government, and it really suffocates and strangles being able to be really progressive, creative, proactive in delivering outside the box. That is the beauty of the home repair program. Many communities in America have not utilized American Rescue Plan Act dollars. That is a creative, outside the box program that directly addresses what we have unique to Pontiac: older housing stock, families that wouldn't necessarily be able to keep those homes going, and therefore they would be out of a home, and then we lose the house as well, which is a great value to the neighborhoods and communities. So I applaud that. I just am extremely concerned about that very loud clicking down of the clock. And so thank you for this presentation. City Council requested it, and you were interested in doing it regardless, but we have been eager to see this kind of specificity, and we know that there's even more specificity by these categories. And so we ask that, as much as practical, if this could be provided monthly to the community and the council, so we can all collectively as a community, but as a council, move the needle down so that way the obligation at the very least happens, because clearly it is a sliver has been spent. I mean, luckily the federal program allowed $10 million in lost revenue, which meant that goes in the general fund, can't be lost, so to speak. And over the last 2.5 years, that's meant more code enforcement, more public works, more mowing of overgrown grass, more services, more staff capacity that's been able to help move the needle a little bit on this. But clearly, positions that have gone unfilled or positions that hadn't yet been created have really put the city further in a bind about being as airtight and rock solid as we need to on this critical, time-sensitive priority. So the City Council has authorized the creation of positions or contracts for a team to help specifically run quarterback on this initiative. That's something that previously was going to be handled internally, and here we are 2.5 years later. It's still, the clock is ticking down. So I asked the question now. I don't have it on this week's agenda, but I will keep returning it, but wanted to raise it tonight. Do you have any updates for the implementation and tracking of American Rescue Plan Act funds? For who's the coordinator or coordinators and manager? Has that taken closer shape yet? Mayor or deputy mayor, whoever would like to answer it.
Yeah, we are discussing the possible hiring of a firm to do that, and I know that was embedded in the resolution that was approved by City Council. I know, Council President, you and I have talked about that, but we've also posted the individual positions, and we want to make sure that we're moving forward in as cost-effective and expeditious way as possible, whether it's hiring 1 or 2 in-house positions that obviously would no longer be around come December of 2026 or before, when all the money has to be spent by, or whether that's hiring a firm. Obviously, City Council approved either course of action, and we hope to have an update soon on that.
We'll continue to look for that progress and those answers. That raises a great point, though. The hurdle that's to come is about obligating. There will still be many more hurdles in terms of spend that baby down. So we'll have a lot more work we have to keep over the next few years, stay very on top of it, because it's not just there's this deadline coming this year, but other deadlines will come. There's other sort of sunsets, so to speak. The money can't stay out there in purgatory forever. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Just a point of information, you know, on our agenda, we have a finance department, a resolution that's asking about the $500 to move it for ARPA dollars. Are we voting on this tonight?
So number 10 on the
Yeah.
agenda under finance is a resolution to approve the American Rescue Plan Act budget amendment for $500,000 to fund the Pontiac Arts and Culture Program. So that identifies what GL account number it would go to. $300,000 for building additions and improvements, and $200,000 for arts and culture city events. So this is the budget amendment. It's not the approving of a contract. It's on that step on the
Yes, I
the
understand.
slide that the mayor was talking about. 200. That's okay. That's okay. But
Which I understand, sir, but don't you feel like we need more information about this before we vote on this tonight?
it's just saying that the money can be in the budget, but it doesn't have to be adopted tonight.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah. Thank you. So we covered a lot of ground. This will continue to be a front burner concern for the City Council. Any final discussion on that special presentation? Hearing no further discussion, we're concluded that special presentation. We are now at public hearings. There are 2 public hearings tonight. As part of the state's requirements in terms of the annual budget of a city and the setting of millage rates, a public hearing must be held. And that's an opportunity for those in attendance, if they wish to state their concerns, share their ideas, ask their questions. It does have to be on the respective topics. So the first one is the proposed annual budget for the city of Pontiac for the coming fiscal year 2024-2025. The mayor introduced and proposed that budget May 1st by the state deadline. There have been multiple hearings already held. The next special meeting of the City Council on the budget is this coming Thursday, May 23rd. But as part of this process, this is a built-in opportunity for residents to speak and ask questions and offer perspective, try and shape the budget before it's ultimately decided. So, is there anything the administration wants to elevate before I open the proposed budget public hearing? Okay.
Well, just very briefly, I think the key takeaways are that we continue to narrow the projected budget deficit that we inherited when we took office. That continues to be narrowed each year that we're in office. Those deficits have not been realized the past couple of years because we've had a lot of vacancies. But as we enter this coming year, we anticipate that this much narrower budget deficit, that some portion of that is likely to be realized. That's number one. Number two, but the point is that we're actually pretty substantially chipping away at the structural deficit that we inherited when we collectively came into office. The other point is continuing to make those investments in city capacity, staffing capacity, and enhancements and improvements in terms of city operations.
All right, and before I open the public hearing, just a reminder, the City Council will continue to research, review, and deliberate. The mayor has made his proposal. The City Council will amend the budget and review the budget in future weeks. Prior to it, it must be adopted before the end of June. So next month is the sort of state mandate of when it needs to be adopted, not the last day, some days in advance. But so in our City Council meetings in June, we'll begin that amendment process. And we welcome your feedback tonight and leading into that process. So with that, the public hearing is hereby called to order at 6:52 p.m. Each individual can have up to 3 minutes and speak once for the respective public hearings. You'll need to state your name and address. We don't want to get in your business, but the state requires your address to be stated. And just for the sake of not everyone having to stand up, you can raise your hands, but since I see them up first, North Cross, then Miller, and we'll keep it trucking. Or you can stand, if that makes you feel better.
Good evening. Chris Northcross, 168 Astrowood. In reviewing the budget, got a little confused. This has to do with code enforcement. I see where many of those dollars have been zeroed out under the old code enforcement numbers. I think it's gone to building and safety, but the real issue is, will we have adequate funds to do the type of monitoring of M1 concourse that can bring about the improvements that will hopefully happen? So that's really like a project question about what's envisioned to occur, how much that's going to cost, the schedule, and are those funds being set aside in the budget to make sure that can happen. I guess I was looking at something even as detailed as an acoustic map, maybe, of how the sound resonates and goes through M1 concourse. That may or may not be necessary, but would really like to be able to say to M1 concourse, look, you're producing a whole lot of noise here, and you need to straighten it up, and here's our evidence. Thank you. Make sure that we have the project and the monies set aside to make that happen. Thank you.
Ms. Miller? Okay.
Good evening. Great to see the Delta Sigma Thetas in the house today. All the red on that side. I am particularly interested in the budget and financing. One of the things as mayor in my 2 terms was restoring the fiscal solvency of the city. When I started out, we had a $30 million deficit. By the time we finished, the day I walked out of this city hall, the city had a $25.1 million surplus. We were way up here. So that was hard won. A lot of people suffered for that, and we had to work, bring in a lot of economic development in order to get to that surplus. Now, as I look at the budget that has been proposed by the mayor, I see that by the end of this fiscal year, given the budget you have, he's predicting a $2 million deficit. So in a 3-year time, you're going to run through that surplus and get us back in that negative cycle that we were before we worked so hard to get out of. That is incredibly bad for the city. I did bring this up at the budget hearing that I attended, Council, and I had nobody like kind of looked at me like a deer in the headlights here. We didn't get an answer. I just want to bring that to your attention because that is a negative way to go. Now, one of the things that the mayor tends to do to try to confuse you, and I want to make sure that you understand, is there's a difference between an actual surplus and what he said is a structural deficit. A structural deficit just means that you're spending more money than you have for the year, and the reason you can spend more money is because you have a surplus. It's like you have all that money in the piggy bank that was left, so you're able to spend more even though you don't get that revenue coming in. But you can't continue to spend at that rate, burn through your surplus, and still find the city that to be solvable. So it's important, Council, that you not be fooled and that you understand the actual principle of that, because that's a difficulty. The other thing that I see in the budget that's a problem, and I'm glad that the city has progressed. You know, when I started out, the day I walked into City Hall, we had 28 employees. We had to actually rebuild government. So we've done that. Now I see that you have sextupled, 600% more employees than that time. And you also have multiplied by very much the number of people who are being paid close to $150,000. That is not salvageable. So, Council, please look at that carefully. We've worked a long time to get this city fiscally solvent, get it back where it's respected again. You've got to look at that carefully and not be fooled about the difference between a real surplus or a structural deficit that you're burning cash very fast. Make sure you know that.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gladys Smith, and my address is 257 Oak Ridge Drive. I am here to speak on behalf of the seniors. My concern with the budget, and Melody, thank you for bringing it up, because I had told myself I'm not going to get involved, just let that go, let it go. But since I've been back, and then I watched the budget meetings, I just want to make sure that everybody in the city of Pontiac realize that we are paying a millage for 2 centers. The goal is truly, and I really support it, 1 center, that's our goal. But today we have 2. The budget, from my understanding, there is 1 budget. So the cost centers, although there's 2, there is 1 budget. And it's very, very creative how the money is being spent. Now, my former role as senior program coordinator at Ruth Peterson, we did not get anything, and I'll repeat that. For programming, Ruth Peterson didn't get a dime. The year before the new management came in, we were given $1,200. We had a $10,000 budget. But for whatever reason, God is good. I have a lot of people that support me. And you all know, we had a lot of programs going on because I sent out flyers. We had a lot of programs. But for whatever reason, and I think it's because I'm a caring person, if I was planning something, we were able to get people to donate, volunteer, and we've had all kinds of things, trips, whatever. Now, Deputy Mayor, and I totally respect you, I think one of your comments was, and correct me if I'm wrong, we didn't get because we didn't ask. Well, that's not true. I asked for so many things, so many times that I got tired. On 1 trip, and I don't have anything against either centers, I just want to see that our seniors are treated equally. And I don't even mean seniors at the center. I'm talking about our seniors in Pontiac. All of our seniors. Over $4,000 was spent on 1 trip. Our seniors, and again, okay, I'm gonna say I'm opinionated on this one. It was not fairly distributed. Now that's 1 trip. I asked for $800 for 1 bus to take 50 seniors and put it out there on the website so anybody could go that was a senior. It was denied, $800. But guess what? Someone got it for me. I took the seniors. 1 trip we went up north, and it was a beautiful trip. 2 buses, and I get really emotional about this because I'm very passionate about it. 2 buses.
I apologize, but that does conclude your time.
A total of 88 seats, we got 18.
Excuse me, I'm not a public speaker, but anyway, my name is Sheila Kirkendall, 956 Arlene, and I am one of those seniors that she's talking about. And a statement was made last week, and I did take offense to it, that the Bowen Center was the best center in Pontiac. And I took offense to that, because I go to both, and I think it's a good center. Ruth Peterson is a good center. So why is 1 center better than the other? If you're over both centers, you ought to want to see both of those centers looking good, because that's a reflection of you. But like Gladys said, a lot of stuff that we had when this lady was here, it's gone. And people now, they don't want to come there because of the atmosphere. And I love my center, Ruth Peterson, and I love the Bowen, the people there at the Bowen Center. The ladies there, some of them are wonderful, and I just don't see, I mean, it's all politics. And I don't understand politics, but I understand differences. And I'm standing up here now wanting to cry because it hurts. Because now I'm a senior, and I know what it feels like to be neglected, and I don't like it. So that's my take on it. They need to make both of these centers equal. I don't care what. And you know what was said at one time? I'm going to say this and I'll sit down. We had asked to have, cards over there. And it was said from the Bowen Center that we have gangs over there. I've lived over there almost 30 years. I've never encountered a gang. Oh, you see gang signs everywhere, but there's never been a problem. And I won't say who they said because it's not important. But both of those centers are very important. They ordered a refrigerator, a stove. They're not even installed yet. It's been, I think, before Christmas. It's not even installed. So it's just unfair. It really is.
Gloria Miller, 431 Boyd Street. Everything you ladies are talking about, I've been knowing all the time. I felt that you should come down and speak on it, and you guys did. See, I've been in this a long time. I used to go to Ruth Peterson Center a long time ago. Ruth Peterson always was treated different than Bowen, which is not right, because both these centers belong in the city of Pontiac. And I keep saying, and I've been saying this for the last 2.5 years with this administration and 20-some years with the others. You can't do wrong with one and try to think you can expect it. This city's too smart. Some kind of way I'm related to you. Some kind of way you my friend. Some kind of way we something in this city. When you hurt one, you hurt them all. And I've been knowing all these things going on, but I didn't want to speak on it. I said, someone's going to come down and going to break that ice. They have been mistreated over Ruth Peterson Center. It is political. You in the political realm. But how you can make the power, I keep telling the people, you got the power. When time to come, election time come, that's all you got to do. That's your only repercussion. I want to go to the budget. $702,732 for some vehicles. I think about that month. Darlene gave this to me. I got here a little late. I pulled up in the parking lot last week, and I seen all these new white vehicles. And I was just sitting in my vehicle, and I was thinking to myself, you know, Gloria, with that many vehicles, I can write tickets. We can make so much money in this doggone city from all the trash and debris and the homes in the yard. We should be filthy rich. But yet still we got 8, 9 vehicles in the street out there. I don't see no damn body coming up down the street giving no tickets to the people that I be waiting past. Right there's your revenue. I used to work in the city. Everybody know me. I used to work in treasury. I work where the money at. You want to know some stories? Talk to Gloria Miller. I brought it all in. I know where it all went. But I won't go there right now. That's revenue right there, Mr. McGinnis. Code enforcement. It's an enterprise fund, but it can make you some money in this city. And I'm not talking about my people, because anybody that know me, I love my people. I love them. Even some that don't like me, it don't matter to me, because I don't live for them. I live for God. Code enforcement can make so much money for you if you go around. The mayor always bragging on them, but I don't see nothing they're doing. Nothing. And I can go to the average citizen and can say, I agree with you. All this money. And then the prior mayor, you're correct, but we got a 2.5, from what I'm saying, hearing a deficit. That means we're going further in the hole. That means emergency managers coming back. That means that this administration just dug deeper than where we came from. We don't need that. Stop spending so much money. Every time I come down here, we got a long list of agenda items. Excuse my language, where in the heck we getting the money to pay for all this? And we're in a deficit. See, you got to call it out like it is. Just because someone's your leader, watch what they say. I always say, don't watch what a person say, watch what they do.
Any final requests to speak during the budget hearing, public hearing? Just one time per hearing, but you could be first up for the millage rates if you're feeling feisty.
Oh, we changed that under your administration? We don't get to speak more than once?
I stated it at the beginning. That's why we have 3 minutes, but one time.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. Okay. Darlene Clark, 506 Nebraska Avenue. The budget is a iffy and a challenging situation for the council and for the administration to deal with. I agree with that. But first, let me say this. No disrespect to anyone when I'm finna say what I'm saying, okay, because that's never my intention. But I like to nip mass confusion in the bud. Ms. Redford, thank you for saying that you're not voting on this budget. Ms. James, where the confusion is coming in you speak a very good game and you speak a very good case. But what you turn around and speak in that case, you actually we know from public knowing that you're gonna vote on it anyway, which is very confusing. Another thing that's challenging, that everything that has been done in this budget has not related to the residents within the neighborhoods of the city of Pontiac. The conditions of the neighborhoods is far, far, far from improvement. It's only getting worse from the past administration into this administration as well. DPW seems to have a very good hold on the city of Pontiac by closing off streets, main streets, avenues, South Boulevard, Martin Luther King, which the city of Pontiac residents make this very clear, that we welcome improvements, we welcome change, but we don't welcome dysfunction and disorganizations for that change. Change does not have to be confusing. It's supposed to be directed by a leader who's supposed to show you the way. If DPW, you putting as much money into DPW as you have said with this budget, then you need to fire DPW. DPW have every main street cut off. And let me tell you this, more than once, more than twice, and more than 5 times, DPW with the streets that's closed off, I've almost went on a head-on collision. And I've sent the mayor one picture to let him see what's going on so he won't think that I'm exaggerating the truth. And there's other people who understand what I'm saying as well. DPW has the streets knocked off, but you have traffic going down both sides of the street where other people are so confused coming into the city that you're having a head-on collision trying to get out the city or get around the city. You got traffic going into neighborhoods was causing frustration within the residents. But the conditions of our neighborhoods is far terrible. What our streets are already destroyed, and I mean destroyed, where you can't even drive for the safety of your car, you got other people, including trucks, commercial vehicles, ambulance, and police officers going down residential neighborhood that's in deplorable conditions. Would you allow outside people to see how we really living, but you're showing them what you can do for the main streets and keeping them closed without no work being done?
Any final speakers for the public hearing on the proposed fiscal year budget?
Yeah, Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakland Drive, Pontiac. I was listening in to the budget information last week, and it was a little confusing to me. And so I'd want some clarity. I think it was saying it was a 2.6, a 2.5 deficit, and I just wasn't quite clear what was that speaking to. If I'm not mistaken, last year we had supplemental funds come in from COVID money, ARPA money, into general funds. And I mean, you can't respond right now, but that's what I thought. And I know we had several office positions that weren't filled throughout the year. So I'm trying to understand that deficit and what does that deficit mean and why are we saying we have a deficit and we say we still got these spots for all these people who should be working, so it just don't add up to me. And we supplemented general fund with, I know it's only certain money, but I'm just trying to understand where did the deficit come from and why are we in a deficit position? And is there something being done to correct why we are in this deficit? And maybe it's accounting that I just don't know yet, and I'm gonna listen a little closer where I can find out. But I truly would want to understand, how do we propose saying we had a 2.5 or 2.6 deficit with all these unfilled positions in the supplemental funds that came into general funds? Thank you.
Hi, Tamika Ramsey, 296 Second. I just wanted to just acknowledge how important the budget is for the residents. The budget helps us to understand what the priorities of the mayor and the council are. And so it is important that the budget reflects the needs of the city. We are still a hurting city. Our housing stock is low, and what people can get, rents are high. After COVID, over half the child care facilities did not come back. And so people have less options to go to work. We are still working on mass transit within the city of Pontiac and people being able to get around without having cars. There are so many things that the residents actually need for their quality of life, to live, to grow, to do more than just survive, to actually thrive. We want to be a growing community. And how are we going to do that if people don't feel like they can move here and raise their children in a productive city? And so I am behind in watching the meetings, but I watch the meetings thoroughly. I look at the budget because, once again, people's budget shows their priorities. And if at any time it doesn't seem like the city, the mayor, or the council are prioritizing the residents, then that becomes a problem. That becomes an issue. And we need to have a conversation. But I would ask that maybe some type of newsletter or bullet point or summary go out so that people can understand. We are a city that was under emergency management for a very long time. People disengaged in politics because there was nothing for us to engage in for a very long time. And as we are re-engaging people and teaching people the importance of knowing how to read a budget and understanding the priorities, I feel like it's just really important that the council and the mayor help the residents understand what's going on, because these sound bites, they get taken and treated as if it was truth for most part, and then people are confused and don't understand what's really going on. So I would just ask that there is some type of communication that summarizes some of the major important things that residents would understand, and that we do more to engage the community. Thank you.
Good evening. Portia McIntosh, 16 Pine Grove, which is in District 6. Just listening to what everyone had to say before as far as putting more money into public works and code enforcement. I've been at my address for 8 years, and in 2023, a transient home, I guess that's what she says it is, popped up in our neighborhood, and I've been constantly calling the city to make sure that, because now the residents don't even feel safe with our children going outside anymore. There's constant trash. They're hanging out in front of the house, drinking. I've constantly been calling the city, and I think that the budget needs to be increased for code enforcement, because I don't think that anyone in our city and in my neighborhood should feel unsafe about their children being outside, especially when a teenager has come to an adult and said he has witnessed some type of attempted pedophilia from that home. And someone has been dumping in my backyard. I have been constantly calling the city. I don't know who it is. I can't get their vehicle on the camera. However, it's a huge problem. Thank you.
First, give honor to God, who's the head of my life. I live at 160 J. Hubbard Lane, Unit 1. I have called code enforcement since I lived there for the last 3 years. I am proud to say code enforcement has been ticketing these areas in District 7. And I would love for y'all to keep it in the budget, because they have been getting at these people, and where I've been living has been a shambles, where I got raccoons ate up the side of the roof, and we're trying to get it fixed. And code enforcement is, without them being in a budget to get paid, where would they be? And they are out here doing the work, and we need them to continue to do the work. This city is not going to flourish overnight. It's going to take some time to repair the damage that's been done. And we need to make sure that the budget does just that, reflect for them, because I have watched James in my District 7 come there numerous times for me and take care of things that's going on. So we need to keep code enforcement and all of them and get them well paid. Thank you.
Good evening, Roseland Northcross, 168 Astorwood Street, Pontiac. I'm also the chairperson for the Neighborhood Association of District 1, and I too am encouraging code enforcement to be included in the budget and at levels where it can effectively do its job. As someone says, our budget, the priority that we have should be reflected in the budget. Code enforcement needs resources to enforce the city's noise ordinance. We have a decibel level that businesses are supposed to stay within, which is 71 decibels. And we on the south side have experienced levels a lot louder than that from M1 Concourse. The M1 Concourse has been given 2 tickets, and they're fighting both of those tickets. And we feel like we are David fighting Goliath. And code enforcement is what helps us. And we need them to have the resources that they need to be effective and to be able to give tickets that can withstand legal scrutiny. Tickets that reflect there's a protocol, that there's been training, that the instruments are calibrated, that they're sophisticated instruments. M1 is, just their expansion is $20 million. So how do you fight that unless you do have experts helping you to craft a monitoring plan that's enforceable? So please consider giving them the resources that they need to be able to do the job. Because asking them to do a job without the resources is like asking them not to do the job. Thank you.
Any final public statements during this public hearing, again, on the proposed fiscal year budget for 2024-25. It's not your only opportunity, but it's the public hearing opportunity. Again, the next special meeting on the budget will be this Thursday, May 23rd at 5 p.m. in these same chambers. And we will then begin reviewing and amending the budget for the weeks to come, the regular city council meetings to come. So with that, that public hearing is closed with one to follow, but that ended at 7:20 p.m. And so just to help set the stage, the millage rates, the funds that are generated by the taxpayers, the property owners in Pontiac, each year those millage rates are set and approved by the City Council. And so it's under the General Property Tax Act 211.24 subsection E, subsection 3, that the governing body may approve a levy only after providing the notice required in the subsections, which the clerk has done, and holding a public hearing of the governing body as prescribed by that state law. So that's this public hearing to come, and then that'll be considered in an upcoming city council meeting. I will review what the current millages that will be considered are, but I do want to answer a quick question that came up a few times in the budget public hearing. So the city of Pontiac has a very, very well-funded fund balance. So it was invoked what the fund balance was when we took office. The fund balance is actually many millions of dollars higher today than it was then, in part because you saw the American Rescue Plan Act dollars have come in 2 installments and only a fraction have been spent. So that is in the city's fund balance. And so at last month's Finance and Personnel Subcommittee of the City Council, that fund balance was over $40 million. And so we'll provide regular updates on what that exact month is, and then as the city pays bills each month, that number of course fluctuates. But so the city's financial position as it relates to money in the bank, money in savings, money that's actually generating interest a lot higher than budgeted and projected, which is good, that is very solid. What has been referenced is sort of the operating deficit, meaning in this year, the budget, let's say you have, this is just for simplicity's sake, your budget is $100 million. You're going to spend $100 million in that year, but you only bring in $98 million. So that means there's a difference. There's a deficit there, the operating deficit for that year. And that's going to eat into your fund balance. If everything goes as budgeted, by that $2 million, if that helps bring it in further perspective. And we could deliberate on that further, but I just wanted to answer some of those broader questions. And the City Council will work to get specific answers and figures for you on where the latest numbers are, because each month it does shift. Not wildly, but it does, the city's business keeps going forward. All right, so these are the millages for the 2024 Headley maximum allowable millage. The city's charter says for operating, there can be a millage of 10.9132. From the city charter for capital improvements, that millage is 1.3639. State law calls out what can be millages for sanitation, and that is 2.7281. As voted by us, the people of Pontiac, the senior services millage is 0.4839. As voted by us, the people of Pontiac, the youth center millage is 1.4519. As voted by us, the people, the operating millage is 1.0868 for a total maximum allowable levy of 18.0278 mils. So that is how it breaks down the different respective sources. And with that, this is your opportunity to offer testimony and discussion as it relates to that levy of those millages for the fiscal year to come. Again, the fiscal year begins July 1 of this calendar year. So with that, this public hearing will hereby call to order. Same routine as before, up to 3 minutes for one time to speak. All right. This public hearing is now opened at 7:24 p.m. Are there any individuals that wish to speak during this public hearing? And as the first speaker comes up to the podium, again, another opportunity will be under agenda address when it comes on the City Council agenda at an upcoming week's meeting. You are certainly welcome to speak under public comment or agenda address on those proposed millage rates as well. Yes, ma'am, if you're ready.
Deirdre Waterman, 312 Ottawa Drive. I do support the millage rates that have been set by council, which pretty much follows what's been going on for the last several years. The senior millage, and I've heard people talk about that, the senior millage is for both centers. It's a certain amount, and there's no reason for one center to be discriminated over another. So if that is happening, and it's very sad to hear that, that is very, very sad to hear. That one group of people is being treated differently than another group of people. So administration, you ought to look into that and see who is administrating that, because that's not supposed to happen that way. That's very regrettable. The other, of course, the library millage I'm very proud of. That's continued on. I know how many years of that we fought for that and saved our library, which is functioning very well. The youth millage. Now, the youth millage, when people passed the youth millage, they did it, and this community pulled together and said, hey, look, we want to react to the fact that the emergency manager came in and closed all 4 of our youth centers. That's terrible. So the people said, we want, and we're going to spend our money to get a youth rec millage passed, and we did that. And they also did it with the thought that they were going to have a youth center. That was part of the whole project. And people thought about how wonderful this youth center might be and the kind of getting together that would bring to our youth and how they could combine and have all these kind of enrichment activities. And so the council and I worked together, and we finally got a place that they agreed to have as a youth rec center, and we opened it. And they actually set aside the money to buy it. They were going to rent it at first, to buy it. And the kids loved it. You know, we had 250 kids there a day, and that was wonderful. And they had a place of their own to assemble. So the new mayor, Mayor Grimal, during his campaign, he said, we're going to have a much better youth center. We're going to build a wonderful youth center, and we're going to spend many, many dollars to do that. And we're even going to have an aquatic center, so we can have one like a state-of-the-art like other cities. And so the council, instead of spending that money to buy that site, the $3 million, they decided, well, we'd rather look at this new, wonderful state-of-the-art place that the new mayor is promising. So they just agreed to rent it. And then when he came in, that first thing he did was close the center. Well, we thought he had a better plan for that. We didn't realize that, 3 years later, the kids still didn't have a youth center. And now they're talking about dumbing down what we want to spend for the youth center. No, the people fought for that. The people have been paying this millage, And don't dumb that down. They promised that. They promised an aquatic center. They promised them state of art. We want the kinds of things that they have in other communities. That's why we're paying that millage, and I speak to the millage. The ARPA funding, I'm very sad. As many people said, Councilman James, I agree with you. More of that should go to direct benefit. I've fought for that money to come. And more of that money needs to be going to homeowners for repair. Who couldn't use $25,000 for their home?
I'm sorry,
and
but
more
it
needs
does
to be going to
conclude
our
your
small businesses.
Other comment during the public hearing on the proposed millage rates?
I do have a public comment about the millage rates. I appreciate that you read very slowly what the rates were, but having been a former educator, it would have been so much better to be able to see it as well as to hear it. And I think that would also have been helpful to the people at home who are listening to what we're doing here, to be able to see exactly what those millages are. And the other part of my educator background coming out is if you could just sort of like give us a little explanation of what those how a mill affects my taxes. We want people to support it. People have been supporting it, but I think it would be helpful if we did just a little education piece so that people who would understand better how those millages translate to real dollars, and that translates to the taxes that they are paying. Thank you.
Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakland Drive. I co-sign with Ms. Norcross. I mean, even myself who was engaged, I want to learn more about how these millages account for and what they account for, and especially when it comes to this center. I'm just not sure if
we could please cease all side conversations. The resident has the floor during the public hearing. Coughing is excluded.
Okay. I'm not sure if what we're planning on this new center is from existing millage, or are we going to have more millage to do the center? I'm just not sure. And I hate for us to get halfway in it and then say, well, we need some more taxation to complete it because we just didn't know going in it what kind of budget we have. So if there's a budget towards it, does the existing millage we have right now cover what we're planning to do with this new center? I'll be dumbfounded. I really don't know. How does this millage equate to what we're planning for right now? And I know there was some talk about increasing millage for road work. Is there something in the numbers, President McGinnis, that you gave that deals with the road repair? Because what I was hearing previously when it came before talking about how much roads we need to get improved, and it may be a millage behind it, I need to understand where and when do we talk about that ahead of time before we say, okay, yeah, we're going to do this, but we got to now come and ante up some more taxation to do it. It could be all right, but I think we need to be educated more on that. And I would love to be able to see these numbers and see how it affects our future. How does it affect our future from how much money? Because I think that directly relate to how you budget a project. If you're going to budget for a new center, is it being budgeted from the millage that we already know that we have in place? Or do we have to increase it based upon what we're spending? And I don't think that's the right way for us to go at it, especially when the citizens have to end up paying for it. And it's not saying we don't want it, it's just let us know ahead of time before we get too far down the road in saying this went from 20 million to 30 million, so now we need to increase the budget or increase the millage to pay for it. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Do I need to announce my name again? I don't think I need to go through that again. Okay. First of all, will you guys answer to the general public, when does the millage for the youth end? I know it, but I want you guys to tell me. That'll answer some of your questions, Carlton. Also, the Youth Recreation Center, that millage is coming to an end too. Now, see, here lies the problem. That was most of the problem, Carlton, when I was on the council. We tried to find a location for the, we spent so much time, and people got these millages. You got millages for the community center. They're not being treated right. You got millages for the youth center. We still don't have a youth center. So the first thing I think, I can only speak for myself as a homeowner, I'm not going to pass another one. Why would I when they haven't done anything with the other? Now, yes, we did leave money for the community center, Mayor. What, we got $5 million in it now, they're saying? We left 3, but they're saying maybe perhaps they got 5. I don't know. So that $3 million has been sitting there. Probably should have gained some interest of Mayor Waterman. But still, you go and you put it in McCarroll School, it's going to take a lot of money to refurbish that building. Now, I myself feel my kids deserve the best. I don't have kids anymore, but I got grandkids here. Why would I go get an old building to repair? So that's going to be more, Carlton. That's going to be more over the years. And so now, and if I'm not mistaken, that millage is going to end in another year or 2. Then you got to get the voters to vote for that new millage. Will they do that? Will we be stuck with a half-done building? Also, my question to, again, is to you, Councilman Carrington, that bond that they brought down, was the early part of the year that the mayor tried to throw on us at the last minute? People don't understand. If we had to pass that bond, you've been lit up. You talking about your taxes? Oh, my God. And that's what they're probably trying to do is probably, when this budget goes through, they're going to probably try to put that bond back on the citizens again. And that was over $100 million bond. That's an extra $300 or $400 to many people in the city of Pontiac. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. So we have to tell them this, Carlton. A lot of things that we done fought with this administration and that council to do. Well, I ain't gonna say the council because the mayor brought it. We shut that down single-handedly. We should praise ourselves because I don't think many taxpayers in this city know what was getting ready to happen to them. Another $300, $400, $500 extra for your taxes. That's a lot of money.
This is a public hearing on the tax millage rates.
I'm here to raise attention and awareness for the need for the overdue project of the family shelter that has been scheduled to begin construction for 5+ years. And so that exceeds my introduction to the region and to the state.
I do have to apologize, but this can only be commentary or feedback as relates to the millage rates.
So I've witnessed, having been displaced and traveling between Pontiac and Detroit over the previous 3 years with the unjust withholding of my child.
We welcome your comment. It just can't happen right now on the agenda.
For you to, can you explain to me how to ensure that funds that have already been allocated to this very essential project and this really sacred integrated
If you'd like to give us your name, we can add you as a courtesy to public comment.
So it's not personally relevant to...
Ma'am, do you want to speak during public comment about your topic?
Yes, please.
Okay, and what's your name?
I'm Caitlin.
Caitlin, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any final commentary during the public hearing on the setting of the tax millage rates?
I don't have to give my address again, do I?
I think you're covered.
Okay, thanks. Carlton Jones, again, he makes a very valid good point. But the problem is that the residents are seeing with this budget that you're pulling the cart before the horse. You're making plans that should have already been instrumented coming into your administration, especially with the rec center, and it's like you're going to leave it where it's that the people's hands is going to be tied. And once he start building that rec center or even start the project on it, the public is going to have to decide, is this a waste of money if he does not finish it? Or do we allow him to get more money in order to finish it? This is what Carlton Jones and Ms. Miller is saying, is that you're going to leave it on the public to carry the burden of pulling the cart before the horse. What the public is also saying, they don't want to live that way. They can't live that way. They cannot live on a false hope and a false prayer of what the possibility is going to be. But they asking the council to see through this monopoly or this maze of what the mayor is trying to do with this budget. He has no plan. It's clearly put that in this budget, there's nothing. He's going on day by day trying to just push us through. And with the councils voting in his favor, he's getting his way. This is what the public is seeing. The public's not seeing, no, 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 you can't. They get the opinions, but it comes back down to that you vote on what you're saying no, 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 no to. Do not let him, for whatever reason, you are being disillusioned, strong-armed, call it whatever you want. Please represent the residents for this budget. Please represent the residents for whatever you have to do with that rec center. Because here you are in your third year of administration. I guarantee you it's humanly impossible at this point in time to tear down McCarran School, build another one, and be done at the end of your administration. You're going to push it over to the next administration, and if this is what you're hoping to go on ballot to say, okay, we're going to make sure it get done, show the people that you can make sure whatever's going to happen can happen in this administration.
Okay. Any final speakers for the public hearing? Seeing no one further, that public hearing closes at 7:39 p.m. We continue with this evening's agenda. Next is recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials that wish to get an update about their role to the community?
Hi, Tamika Ramsey, the chair for the Charter Revision Commission. We were due to have a meeting this Thursday at the Bowen Center, but we cannot have someone from the cable department there to record. Due to the Open Meetings Act, that is a requirement, so we will be canceling this meeting, but we will update the public, and going forward, the Charter Revision Commission will be in community with copies of the charter to go over them, and we will keep everyone, the residents and the council and mayor, updated when we have a new date. Thank you.
Any final recognition of elected officials? All right, we are now at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, any requests this evening?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. This is agenda address. Those that have signed up, there's items on the agenda that you wanted to address. So the items have to be on the agenda, so please don't get upset with me when I tell you that the items is not on the agenda. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
Good evening. I did want to just comment briefly. I did want to speak about the passing of a great man in this community, Reverend James Keys, who you mentioned earlier, and what he meant in terms of standing tall for the rights of people in this country, particularly during the busing school desegregation in Pontiac, in which he helped to safeguard the families and made sure that happened. And I think that's worth remembering, but I'm going to save that for public comment because I do want to talk about this idea of the consent agenda that the council, that your administration is using more and more now. All of a sudden, in the last few weeks, they've been putting so many things in the consent agenda. Consent agenda just means you don't have to discuss it publicly. Okay, you've already passed it. One of the first things you do, you say, everybody passed the consent agenda, and you all vote yes. I was hoping somebody would pull out one of the items, and that was the one, F and G, and that's the M1 concourse for their fireworks display. They have to have special permission from the city to do that. And the reason why I noted that was because there's a lot of new rules now. People have been having events at our parks and public places for many, many years without much trouble, and they decided they needed to make a whole lot of new rules. And one of the new rules, and they've been turning down other people, was because they had to have 6 weeks, their applications in for 6 weeks beforehand. Well, as I looked at the packet for M1 Concourse, I looked at the dates, and they turned their application in for May 6th, for June 1st and June 8th. That's not 6 weeks. So why are you allowing this group to have special privileges, and then you're turning down other people in the community? That's why I reject that. But the other thing, the slap in the face, is that I've been working with the District 1 people all this time, and they've been saying, hey, look, we've been annoyed by all this noise. Mayor, can you do something to help us? This is the best time for the mayor to stand up and say, look, M1, we don't have to give you this privilege, but work with the community and make sure that they don't have that noise pollution before we grant you the right to have these fireworks displays. That's what should have happened.
All right, thank you. Gladys Smith? Monica Taylor? What items?
K, about the J. Hubbard Lane apartment, townhomes. First, I give honor to God. I'm here on the agenda of the J. Hubbard Lane's apartments that we live in, townhomes. 101 Mechanic, the apartment, and the J. Hubbard Lane townhomes where y'all just passed the permission and gave them permission to clean, to remodel and fix up over there. I'm begging you all to please make sure they get taken care of. I came home from vacation. I live at J. Hubbard Lane, Unit 1. And we need you all to make sure that they start fixing them. All the raccoons have ate up the siding of the house that I live in and been doing it for 3 years. The raccoons up in there, Lighthouse is trying to get it did, and I need you all to please pay attention and get this did for the residents. My gas bill for the last 3 years that I sent pictures to the mayor and to the president showing how bad it is ate up over there, where I got holes coming through, where all of my heat and all of that's going through, and I had a $400, $500 gas bill, and they sent me a bill to say they will cut my gas off for this year if I don't pay the balance of $200. So I need you all to help Continental Management, Continental Management, help Lighthouse get everything fixed over there and make sure that everybody over there in that complex start putting their money into what y'all just put together, a system for housing. We need to do just that because we should be able to live decently and in order in our homes. And I'm not singling out not one person, not nothing. I just need y'all to make sure they get taken care of, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carlton Jones?
Yeah, I hate I missed the rescue plan presentation. I wanted to get some details on that. But this is golf season. I'm gonna tell you guys, for a lot of us, some of Pontiac residents, we do truly appreciate having a golf course in our city. It's people who don't know, it's hard to get on golf courses. So I'm saying that now as I go into the item I'm talking about.
Okay, because I was about to move you along.
I know.
Because the golf course ain't on the agenda, sir.
I got you. Because what I want to talk about is the budget, okay? What I want to talk about is the budget. And so when we start budgeting, it wasn't long ago that this golf course was on the sale block. If you guys remember. That once was a city golf course. It's a prime piece of athletic or sports for our people to engage in. And if we plan properly and the owner is still willing, we need to make some consideration, budgeting for something like that. And President McGinnis, I'm glad you talked about fund balance. And then you start talking about deficit, fund balance. Now, I know a little bit about accounting. There's a lot of needs here. We can build up a lot of fund balance, but what about our needs? And then when they start having these deficit positions from what is budgeted, who is monitoring that to when it gets out of control? When the council is saying yes, 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 that's spending money. So we have to be very conscious of how are we talking about fund balance and then having a deficit? How do you balance it? Who keep an eye on that? Who's really keeping an eye on that? You can't wait to the end and say, oh, we done spent too much. Let's get to the fund balance. Let's use the fund balance to help the residents right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Ms. Darlene Clark, what items? I'm sorry. Yep, what items? What agenda address? Go ahead. What items?
Again, good afternoon. Veronica had kind of put the council on a spot as well as the mayor. And I was just sitting here thinking, and actually was talking on the sideline with Ms. Miller, you know, it's about the budget. Is that okay? Yes. Okay. With all this going on in the budget and Veronica's bringing to attention about her little area that needs to be taken care of, and the reason I say her little area, because that's not all of Pontiac. Now, all the apartments in Lancaster's, Phoenix Center, where you didn't have a right to go in, should have been, from the past administration and this administration, should have been monitored as to see what's going on. Even though it was private owned, in the budget, you have a code enforcement that can monitor, or some parts of the city that can monitor the conditions of those people. Why wait until the last hour where the conditions for those people to live in is implorable? People come down here to put you on notice because the public is going to hear. It's not so much as the public is going to hear. You don't have an attorney to represent you to tell you where you're going wrong in the budget. But you have the people that you say you're listening to, they're trying to tell you what's going on. You don't understand. I kind of think maybe you don't want to understand. But not wanting to understand does not excuse you for having your own counsel sit in that chair to help you with the budget. Because if you do for that little area section on Pontiac, you're going to have to go through the whole city of Pontiac and do the same thing in your budget.
Number 10, probably JK, maybe. I want to touch upon, again, Veronica Taylor when she came down. See, that's what you call politics. Ms. Gladys and them are gone. See, a lot of things you see on here are special people, special friends, special involved in politics. They give it to special people, special business. She told on herself. There's many apartments in Pontiac I can name that they need to go and do some brownfield for. But she came up here and said, do that for me. Think about the other people living in apartments over there at Phoenix Center, living rat infested, just filth, how they feel about right about now. You did that for them. Politics. I call it politics my day. Okay, and also, let me go back to, and Councilman McGinnis, I'm gonna let you answer this. I'm not gonna ask the mayor because he's not gonna answer me. The resolution to approve the rescue money. I got a lot of calls on it, and I just want you to mention this publicly. So the rescue fund money can be used for the Pontiac Arts Commission? It's a community building, so it can be, as well as maintenance of the building as well. Well, then we got a lot of buildings, Mayor, in the city that's a community building that we can use some money for, and we're not using it on it. And my next question, and I'll sit down, how much money is in the rescue? Is it anywhere where we can go and actually see it and know what's there? How much money is in the rescue money that we left when I left council? What we got? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pro Tem Carrington. We are at number 5 on the agenda. It's a resolution to approve the first reading of zoning ordinance text amendment to amend section 2.204, section 2.551 through section 2.558, section 3.1207, section 3.1208, section 3.1210, and section 3.1211 regarding adult use marijuana.
Pardon me for one moment. Do you agree that it's beneficial to have the questions that are asked answered, if possible?
You actually, ma'am, you're totally out of order right now. You are totally out of order, ma'am.
There are various points on the agenda that would
that
have an
address
opportunity,
the concerns
please sit
and
down.
questions.
You're out of order.
Thank you.
Don't mean to be abrupt, but we got to keep it moving so that way we can get to the parts of the agenda where questions can be answered. All right. Is there a motion to approve this resolution regarding adult use marijuana?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. For the purposes of discussion, it's been moved and seconded by Carrington and James. We give the floor to the administration for these proposed ordinance changes.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. This has come to us from the Planning Commission. There are some changes that are needed in both the recreational or adult use marijuana zoning ordinance, as well as the next agenda item, the medical marijuana zoning ordinance, in order to make things more consistent, both internally within the ordinance as well as between the ordinances. And with that, I'll turn it over to our planning manager, Mark Andrick.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. So I have a presentation for this first agenda item. Again, this is city-initiated, and it's text amendments to the adult use marijuana ordinance that is already in place. Tonight is the first reading. This, as an ordinance for a zoning text amendment, it does require 2 readings of City Council. The public hearing was held on May 1st this month at Planning Commission. So just some background, the City Council adopted the 2 ordinances in 2023 to allow and regulate adult use marijuana in the city. The previous amendments that were presented to Planning Commission and were initially presented to City Council were split into 2 ordinances this evening. These ordinances are meant to align with each other, and there are no proposals to modify the City of Pontiac municipal ordinance that was part of the voter-approved referendum on February 27th of this year. So with adult use marijuana, really there are 2 overarching amendments here. One is to prohibit green of signage and facade of adult use marijuana businesses. This aligns with an existing ordinance that bans imagery and words that is found in many zoning codes regarding in the state of Michigan regarding marijuana as a federally recognized drug. Green is an extension of signage, and the prohibition of the color protects the healthiness and aesthetics of our corridors in the city. The second is the cleanup language from the original approval. I will go into that. So I'm going to itemize some of the high-level things. Again, the goal of this is to align the adult use marijuana ordinance as close as we can with the medical marijuana ordinance, as well as aligning these with the business ordinance that was passed earlier this year. So number 1, we are striking an unnecessary summary paragraph where the regulations are already covered elsewhere in the ordinance. We are aligning the zoning code for growers, facilities, and processors that the facilities in the Cesar Chavez and East Walton Overlay District must be located on a parcel with M1, M2, or Industrial Plan Development-based zoning district with special exception required. So previously, it would be allowed anywhere in the overlay district. This proposed change would only allow it in the industrial zone district with Planning Commission special exception approval. The third bullet is aligning the zoning code for growers, facilities, and processors that allow unlimited facilities in Cesar Chavez and East Walton Overlay District in Table 2.2. But this change aligns with the medical marijuana ordinance, but is also really restricted by the second bullet point I just mentioned, that, again, it can only be in industrial zone properties. The fourth bullet point is allow secure transporters in the following zoning districts to comply with the medical ordinance, C3, M1, M2, and IP1. For retailers and social equity retailers, these amendments add the base zoning districts must be in the C2, C3, M1, and M2 base zoning districts only within one of the 4 overlay districts, and this aligns with the medical marijuana ordinance. Part 2, Article 3.1207A1 incorrectly summarizes the number of retail and social equity retail locations in the East Walton Overlay District. City Council motioned and passed an ordinance in 2023 for 7 total, 5 retailers and 2 social equity retailers, as referenced in the rest of the zoning ordinance. And so this would just align with, this incorrect number would be corrected to align with the rest of the ordinance the City Council already passed with the motion and then with the ordinance. Article 3.1208 erroneously references residential dwelling units for distance buffers. While the medical marijuana ordinance had buffer distances to medical marijuana facilities, there's no such restriction for adult use marijuana establishments, so the reference is unnecessary. We also added Class A micro businesses to the land use with specific design standards in the Woodward Overlay District due to similarities between a micro business with retailers and social equity retailers. So we already have some specific design standards with buffer yards and parking within the Woodward Overlay District. This would also now apply to micro businesses, not just retailers and social equity retailers. So Planning Commission, again, heard this during public hearing. They recommended approval 5-0 of the zoning text amendment as presented in the staff report. During that presentation, there was the notation from staff that C2 was a permitted district in the safety compliance ordinance. They made a motion to make a condition of approval to eliminate the C2. We already have this in the ordinance that prohibits it in the downtown. We wanted to make sure, because the C2 district is the downtown district, that it's already prohibited in the downtown overlay district. We wanted to make sure that the C2 reference was removed. So that ordinance is updated within City Council packet that has been addressed. So that is my presentation this evening. I do have Morgan McAtamey from the Kelly firm. She's been very integral of comparing the ordinances and really being the expert for us. I'd be happy to entertain any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Pro Tem Carrington first up.
Yes, thank you, President Megan. I guess what I want to ask you is, because we've been looking at these particular ordinances the last past 2.5 years. So I'm really hoping that your team actually and thoroughly went through these so that we don't have to bring any more amendments to these particular ordinances.
Yeah. Thank you. I feel very confident. We have gone through this more than a couple times. We've gone through this many, many times. The biggest challenge is that the medical and adult use ordinances, there are some details behind it. You cannot make them exact, but we have worked very hard to align that is very clear for leaders of this community. It's very clear for the public, and it's very clear for potential applicants between the ordinances that they align with each other.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion, this is a first reading, so it's acknowledging that it's been read for a first time, and it'll come before City Council for a second reading as required by the Charter. Councilman James.
Yeah, I have a question on the caregiver.
Microphone.
Did you cover that?
So that will be covered under the medical ordinance, not the adult use ordinance, and that's per state law. The caregivers falls under the medical marijuana provisions.
So the one that comes up next.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Any further discussion on this particular resolution acknowledging the first reading of the proposed changes to the city's ordinances? Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution approving the first reading.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. It'll be back before us for a second reading in the coming meetings. Is there, for number 6 now, is there a motion to adopt that resolution to approve the first reading?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second? Moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman James. This is the zoning ordinance text amendment to amend Section 2.204, Section 2.545 through 2.549, Section 2.559, and Section 3.1212 regarding medical marijuana and caregivers. First reading, as with before, Mayor and Administration.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. As I alluded to when I introduced the previous agenda topic, this too is a cleanup item to make sure that the ordinance is internally consistent with cleanup language, but also to better align the medical marijuana zoning ordinance with the adult use marijuana zoning ordinance. So take it away, Planning Manager.
All right. Thank you so much. So again, this is a city-initiated ordinance, and these are text amendments to the medical marijuana ordinance of the city of Pontiac. This is the timeline of the process. It's the exact same process as it was for the adult use marijuana. This is the first reading tonight, and a second reading will be required. Just some background about this. Again, the adult use regulations were approved in 2023, but the medical marijuana zoning ordinance became effective in 2019. And we did, again, split the two ordinances, and specifically caregivers was brought over from the previous ordinance into the medical ordinance tonight. So with these ordinances for medical, again, no proposals are proposed for the municipal ordinance that was voter approved, or anything related to medical marijuana that was part of the municipal ordinance from 2018-2019. So there are 3 items for this proposal tonight. I know there's a lot on the screen. I'm just going to hopefully break it down and simplify it. The same regulations for adult use that are proposed for prohibiting green of signage and facade of medical marijuana businesses is proposed. This makes it very clean that there's a consistency. We don't want medical to not have the same regulations, and especially with facade material, than what would be part of the adult use ordinance. Number 2, restricting the medical marijuana caregivers to 2,000 square feet per property. So we already have a caregiver ordinance that was part of what was passed in 2023, but it's restricted to the industrial zones within the city. But when you look at the industrial zones of the city, some of those buildings are 10, 15, 20,000 square feet, and we didn't want to get into a case that a caregiver, which by state law can only have 72 plants, had a larger space than they should be occupying. So we worked with the fire department on the appropriate size, and between the caregiver operation and a potential office, we settled at 2,000 square feet per property. Now, number 3, we did align the language of the adult use ordinance. I'm going to identify the 4 major changes here. We modified Table 2 and Section 2.546F4 to eliminate the ability for medical marijuana provisioning centers to operate in the C1 and C4 zoning districts. As part of this, we were looking to align with the adult use, but what we also did working with Clerk Doyle is there's no pending provisioning centers in those 2 zoning districts. And so this really is aligning. Now, the reason why we want to steer the provisioning centers away from C1 and C4 is C1 is really the local businesses that are at the end of your block that might be on Auburn Avenue or Perry Street, that it's not intended for high intense commercial, and we just didn't want that to impact the surrounding neighborhoods. C4 is actually suburban commercial. So this is where you might have a large shopping center, a lot of retail tenants and stuff like that. And we thought that there was a lot of mixed uses that could be there that could invite kids in and could invite families. And we felt that eliminating this from the C4 zoning district was the best long-term approach for, again, this suburban commercial zoning district in the city. Moving on, we modified Section 2.548E3 and 2.549G2 to eliminate the ability for secure transporters and safety compliance facilities to operate in the downtown overlay district. And this is similar to what you just heard in the adult use language. Secure transporters allow you to transport marijuana and medical marijuana to many different clients in the city or in the region, but the storage of those is what a secure transporter is. And currently, within downtown, you cannot have a gas station. You cannot have a car sales facility. And we thought that storing a bunch of vehicles would be similar to that, and we wanted to really encourage that elsewhere in the city and not in the downtown overlay district. Next up, we amended sections 3.112 and 3.1210 to clarify that all marijuana facilities, including medical marijuana facilities, must abide by all applicable ordinances in state and federal law, including but not limited to the building and fire codes. And this, again, is giving long-term protections that would allow for inspections and allow the city to protect if there is any major safety violations. This coverage is also done at the state, but this also gives some local authority if there are some violations. And then lastly, align the medical marijuana with the adult use marijuana ordinance, eliminating window signs within the ordinance itself, which is something that the adult use marijuana ordinance already has. So with that, Planning Commission recommended approval 5-0 of the zoning text amendments as presented without conditions. So that is my presentation. I'll be happy to entertain any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, any further deliberation? Again, this is first of 2 readings. It will be back again before council. Pro Tem, followed by Councilwoman James.
Yeah, just a quick statement. I definitely like to thank you guys for going back through this ordinance, because I know the one that was passed by the citizens probably was one of the worst ordinance that was actually drafted that really gave our city to this particular industry. So I definitely want to thank you guys for going back and hopefully limiting some of what was on the horizon to be in this community when it comes to this particular industry. So again, thank you.
Councilwoman James.
Yeah, I have a question on
Microphone.
3.112, does the caregiver, is that included in the requirement for monitoring that you talked about?
That would be correct.
Code
So that
enforcement.
would apply to all medical marijuana facilities, and that would include caregivers,
That would
correct?
include, okay.
Yep.
All right. And also, in the previous one, you talked about the unlimited in the Walton overlay area, and I would kind of just want to give you a heads up. I'd like some clarification on that when we talk about that for the second time.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Is there anything specific you would like to know about that unlimited?
Yeah, I'd just kind of like to know some background on that because I've got some concerns about it.
Okay.
Unlimited.
I have some ideas,
What
but
does unlimited really mean in terms of, that street?
I have some ideas. Thank you for clarification.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Further deliberation on this first reading? Hearing nothing further, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution to approve this first reading.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The first reading is approved. It'll be back before us in the future for a second reading. We're at number 7 on the agenda. This is a resolution in support of establishing a community benefits ordinance. It was before us last week. And I'll do a little housekeeping note. Let's give a hand to the ladies of Delta Sigma Theta Incorporated. Oh.
They're coming right back.
Oh, they're coming back. So it's a premature hand. Hey. The resolution was introduced with a motion and a second last week. It had an active amendment it was tabled with. So I think for the sake of simplicity, we should defeat the amendment so that we're back to the resolution that was already amended, just for the sake of moving it along, if that sounds okay. But is there any further discussion on the amendment, which was changing the order of a resolved? It was adding the word council earlier on in the resolution, although council has already been added in as a previous amendment. Any objections to us voting down the amendment so that way we can go back to the main resolution as amended?
Would you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Sure. So we are at number 7. It's a Pontiac City Council resolution in support of establishing a community benefits ordinance. Okay. And so it is speaking about the second resolved. Mm-hmm. It was already amended so that it reads, the city directs the mayor to collaborate with residents, stakeholders, city council, and developers to develop guidelines and procedures for the implementation of the community benefits ordinance within 6 months of this resolution being adopted. That's already been amended, but what the open amendment was just making that city council be before residents, and I don't think that's necessary. But that's what the active open amendment was when we tabled it, was still open.
Okay.
It hadn't been voted on.
Okay.
Everyone clear remembering that?
What do you mean by before residents?
It's just the order of it. So that way, right now, it reads residents, stakeholders, city council members, and developers. It would move city council members, so it would read to collaborate with city council members, comma, residents.
Okay.
But that was the active amendment.
Yes. I mean, there were a couple of small changes, but the only question that I really have is the change that adds in city council reflective? Because I don't see it in.
It mapped over the original resolution, but the minutes would reflect that amendment was adopted, successfully adopted.
Okay, so it is reflected in the minutes.
But if the clerk would like us to, we can redo that amendment if he needs that assist.
So thank you, Mr. President. The amendment that was adopted was in the second resolve to add city council and community groups after residents and before stakeholders.
Okay, so that's what happened.
The amendment that you, I guess, tabled because the motion to postpone was to, in the second resolve, it would read that the city directs the mayor and representatives from city council to collaborate with residents, community groups, stakeholders, and developers.
Thank you for refreshing to make sure we've got that right. So the residents, comma, city council and community groups, comma, stakeholders, comma, and developers, that's how it reads right now? That's what you show, clerk?
Well, that the city directs the mayor and representatives from city council to collaborate.
That's what the proposed.
Yeah.
I'm asking what was adopted.
Oh, what was adopted was, yes, for city council, the mayor to collaborate with city council, community groups, residents, stakeholders, and developers.
Okay, so that's what's there right now. Do we still want to consider, Councilwoman James?
Yeah, one other thing that I'd like to have clarified with this resolution is the department that will take responsibility for it. I know we're directing the mayor, but what department in the administration would this come under? Would that be economic development? Is that the new position that's coming up for workforce development? I want to know what department is going to be actively responsible for doing this.
Mayor and Deputy Mayor, do you have an initial reflections for Councilwoman James's questions that is it about the drafting or about once it's implemented?
Yeah, I just want to have an idea because it's a very important resolution, one that we've all, want to see happen. And so we know that everything is somebody's responsibility. I just kind of would like to start that conversation of whose responsibility is this going to be?
Okay, for the sake of what we have right now, we still have an open amendment. So we got to technically address that amendment before we get to that discussion on the broader resolution, which is a great question, and we will get to that momentarily. But so what we have before us is to amend what was already amended further so that it reads that the city directs the mayor and city council, representatives from city council. That was Councilman Goodman's motion last week. Is there any interest in adopting that or any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on the amendment to that second resolved that states that the city directs the mayor and representatives of city council. So that way it's adding that further nuance to that second resolved.
Rutherford?
No, because I don't understand the purpose, but no.
Carrington?
No.
Goodman?
No.
James?
No.
McGinnis?
No.
Parker?
No.
0 yeas, 6 nays.
Okay, the speakers list continues on the main resolution as amended. Councilwoman James asked the question about where in the future administration would implementation, enforcement, engagement with community benefits ordinance, should it be enacted? Do you have an initial sense of where organizationally that would fall in the city of Pontiac's operations? Mayor Grimel, you have the floor.
Yeah, it would be under the Economic Development Division, so it would be under Manager Younger. Obviously, she has a lot on her plate, so we appreciate the 6-month time period to try to work something up. But yes, it would be under the Economic Development Division.
Anything further, Councilwoman James?
Well, again, to narrow it down a little more, would that come under the new position that you have recommended for the Workforce Development Manager position?
It would not. Well, I didn't think we were recommending a Workforce Development Manager position.
There was something in the budget. I thought it was, I know it's something on workforce development. I thought it was a manager.
I'll have to rule the cross conversation out of order, but the question has been raised, so we ask for further confirmation on that. Next on the speakers list, Councilman Rutherford.
I just want to
followed by Councilman Goodman, Councilman Parker.
I just want to commend President Pro Tem for actually you guys coming together with this. I thought it was well thought out, well provoked, and it really does provide us with a guideline. And so I thank you for writing this resolution. That's it. Go ahead.
Councilman Goodman.
So to something that Councilman Rutherford said, so the reason why the language change was made, and just so I can make sure that we do it in practicality since it's not being written language-wise, is that as we're doing this community benefits ordinance, I want council to be as involved with this as possible. Because, no offense, what I do not want to happen is that we get a document in 6 months that we're going to sit here and say, well, we didn't want any of this. This is not going far enough at all. And then we have to scrap it and start from the beginning. Or deal with something where it's like, oh, well, we've now wasted 6 months. We're just going to accept what we've been given. I am very adamant about council being directly involved with this community benefits ordinance to make sure that it gets drafted in a way that benefits the citizens as heavily as possible within reason. Because again, I did not want this as something that council has put forth in a good measure to do a thing that has to happen, and then it gets diluted and washed down before the residents have a chance to take advantage of it. I mean, honestly, that's what it is meant for. It's meant to benefit the community, and I want to make sure that this truly does that in the final product.
Thank you. Councilman Parker?
I think Councilman Goodman kind of summed up what I was going to say, but the other part of that is we also need to consider not adding additional duties to other people who's already overworked.
Duly noted.
We have to figure out a way to get it done without doing that.
Councilwoman James?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to because of the importance of this ordinance or this resolution. We need to understand, who's going to hit the ground running with this. And we do know that economic development already is overloaded with these benefit programs to the community and to residents. So we really need to understand how the administration plans to work toward implementing this. And there really does need to be a plan. Even for council, we need to understand what subcommittee it's going to come under so that there can be some oversight on the part of the subcommittee toward who is going to be implementing this. So Manager Younger works with our Director for Economic Development, Ms. Rachel Longren, and so I'm not sure, it's going to be your responsibility to assign that, but what I would ask is that once we approve this, that this responsibility is physically assigned to someone, and I would suggest that it should be assigned to that department head and let them work through their management structure of how it should be done.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
Okay. So I just want to make sure I got this right. We're trying to make sure that the director, Rachel Lauren, is the point of action on this. I just want to make sure I got that. So is that what they're trying to do?
That's not invoked in this resolution,
Okay.
at least.
So the reason why I asked that is this. We have people in place. They've been doing the CBG, am I saying that right? Community Block Grant meetings. They have a plan in place. I feel like we gotta just get this passed so that we can at least start the process. So like this is, we debating over nothing. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny. We just really are. It's just words. We know who has to do it because she's paid to do it. That's Deborah Younger. And the administration knows they have to administer it because they are in charge of it. So can we just vote this thing and go to the next thing, please? Gosh.
I think Councilwoman James and Councilman Parker's concerns are valid, that we want to make sure that it's successful. And if it's thrown on the plate in addition to a bunch of other new stuff and it never happens, then it's for naught. So we just want to, as that is developed, as this is being developed, that there is a strategy for how it would be implemented and not be an academic exercise and collect dust on the shelf. Further discussion on the resolution, which calls for the administration and coordination with City Council to draft a proposed ordinance for consideration. Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the resolution as amended.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are at number 8 on the agenda. It's a resolution commending the establishment of the Oakland County Water Resources Commission Hardship Assistance Program. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Support. It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. The reason why I wrote this resolution is so that way you could know that this new program exists. The Oakland County Water Resources Commission has a brand spanking new hardship assistance program where they will assist Pontiac residents and other Oakland County residents in need with temporary bill payment for your water bills if you're overdue on your water bills, and they'll also help with plumbing repairs. Again, plumbing repairs in the city of Pontiac. So we want to make sure that everyone's aware of this very new program that is first come, first served. And obviously many Pontiac families may be eligible. We want you to look further into that. If you have any questions and need help connecting with the Water Resources Commission and you don't know how to, City Council and our staff will happily connect you with those resources. Councilman Rutherford.
Number is area code 248-858-1110. That again is 248-858-1110. Also a point of a person that they could talk to is Damar Baez, who is spearheading this organization, this program. That's it.
And that's a Pontiac resident.
He's a born and raised Pontiac Central alumni, class of 1997. Thank you.
We had to get the high school in there. Any further discussion on the resolution before us? Again, it's a new resource, first come, first served. We want Pontiac residents first coming and first served. I don't want to misquote it, but go for it.
Oh, the minimum is 500, the maximum is 3,000.
Very good. All right. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
We're now at number 9. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution approving renewal of
So
street light services contract with Great Lakes Power and Light? Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, second by Councilman Parker. Mayor and Administration, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is a pretty straightforward item. It is simply a renewal of the contract for the company that maintains the city's streetlights. And by streetlights, I do not mean traffic lights. I mean the lights along many of our roadways that illuminate the street. And with that, I'll turn it over to our acting DPW Director, Patrick Miller.
Good evening, Council. So we have 2,124 city-owned streetlights. We have the contractor in place that takes care of those. I've been in long good standing, done it for quite a while. That contract expired back in March, so we're looking to renew that contract. RFP went out back in February, was posted for over 30 days. There were 3 companies that bid. Great Lakes Electric, or Great Lakes Power and Light, sorry, was the low bidder. And we recommend that you give them the award. $350,000 not to exceed amount annually, which matches the 4 different GLs that pay for that, the budget for the year. So it's a 3-year contract with 2 options to renew, 1-year renewal options.
Thank you. Any discussion from council? Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Is this a new company or is it a previous company that actually had this contract before?
So this company has done the maintenance on our street lighting for quite some time.
All right, thank you.
Councilman James.
Yeah, my concern is about the responsiveness. I need to know the chain of responsibility for who is responsible for responding to requests for street light repair. Because we being council people, get requests from specific residents who call us and say, this street light or lights are out. And then we make that report to DPW. Now, in the past, we got feedback back from DPW as to, okay, this is the situation, this is how long it's going to take to repair, that we could then notify the resident that reached out to us, okay, I've gotten some feedback from DPW, and this is how long, this is the estimate for repair. We don't get that anymore. And so my concern is before we approve this, again, we need to understand how this is supposed to operate. Because do these people, is that in their contract that they need to give us an estimated time to repair? Is that requested of them?
That I do not know off the top of my head. But when the orders come in, we are responsible for notifying them that the repair needs to be made. Repairs are prioritized, and we've run into budget constraints in the past doing more and more lighting where we've gone through and used the whole budget.
And just to emphasize that for the mayor and deputy mayor, city council is deserving of a response to those requests. However, you need to internally work that out in terms of what that communication cadence is. But if the money's all tapped out, it's better for us to know that, one, so we can make budget adjustments if necessary.
Yes.
But two, so we can at least tell Mr. and Mrs. Pontiac on 4th Avenue, sorry, you're going to have to wait 9 months, versus them thinking that we are stonewalling them, because that's not our vibe. But we also recognize that not every pole is a city pole. That, depending on the street, depending on the thoroughfare, there is different ownership, and DTE Energy is in the mix. But we are craving that the future leadership of DPW at least gives us that sense. What's the holdup? Is it the wires underneath? Is it money? Is it staffing? We need to confirm that it's just even made in, that the request is in the pipeline, so that way we're not leaving the residents of 4th Avenue or Fairmount or anyone still in the dark, pun, I guess, intended. But there was a speaker's list. Councilman Parker, you're next.
Thank you, Brother President. My question, you covered most of it, was that have we separated the difference between our lights and DTE and the other lights that everybody else has?
Yeah, they're not in together, if you will. So if we get a request for DTE light, we, on the resident's behalf, contact DTE for that light to be serviced.
And will there be follow through with that when you do that, that we know that it's not the DPW department or the city that's fixing it, that it's DTE, and who do we contact in regards to that?
So, yes, it is tracked. To understand your question, who's contact on a DTE light?
Right.
Who are we contacting? We have a contact at DTE. I can get the number and pass it on to you guys.
And my third question, at the beginning of your comments, you stated how many lights we own.
Mm-hmm.
How many have already been repaired?
The total number of repairs, that's something I'd have to get, but I mean, it's ongoing. Some lights, this is an old city. The lights have been repaired multiple times per light.
Okay, but again, you gave me how many we have. How many have been repaired? Whether that's multiple or not, we still should know how many has been repaired, because if it's multiple, certainly we have a problem there that we need to fix. Do we not?
Well, I'm saying, lights burn out. There's an expected life expectancy for, just about everything.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. How many has been repaired in the last 2 years?
I'd have to get that number.
Would you please? Thank you.
Mayor Graham?
Well, I just want to note, Acting Director, that I think part of Councilman Parker's question and interest is making sure that when lights that are out are reported to DPW, that some of those are going to be DTE lights, some of those are going to be city-owned lights. But what the councilman, I believe, is requesting, rightly so, is that DPW inform council people or residents when they report outages. We should be telling them that it's a DTE light, it's not a city light, if that's the case, but we are going to report it to DTE so that they can repair it. Or alternatively, this is a city light, it is our responsibility, and reflecting on some of the other council questions, this is when you can expect it to be repaired. So that's what I hear council saying, which is let's be communicative in response to concerns or reports of outages, rather than just taking the information and not saying anything to the resident about whether it's our light or DTE, or whether it's going to be repaired in 1 week or 1 month or whatever the timeline is.
Absolutely.
Councilman Parker on follow-up.
And I just want to be clear why I asked the question is because previously when we have reported lights that were out and told they were DPE, we were also told that it was an infrastructure issue that needed to be repaired. And so changing the light bulb is not going to fix that. So I just want to know if DPE says it's an infrastructure problem, that they give us a timeline on when that infrastructure problem is going to be repaired so that we just don't keep wasting money replacing light bulbs.
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely stay on top of that. Those are two separate in terms of changing light bulbs, and DTE and infrastructure are not quite the same thing.
I will say that it's really frustrating, and I don't think it's applicable to this specific contract. How many on our major roads, how many streetlights are straight up gone? They are mowed down. There's just a little metal stump on M59, the Woodward Loop, Perry. Like it's like the national tree of Pontiac is a busted out former streetlight. And so sometimes I'm slower to report that because at this point I know there's massive work going to be happening with Woodward, with Huron, with some of these other thoroughfares, but to the administration, not to the acting director, to the administration, we would like an assessment or a game plan about when and if that's already in the rotation, if that's going to be looked at. Should city council be resubmitting all the little, stumps of former lights on the major roads, the state roads? Who's in the driver's seat with that? Because they just get hit all the time, and then it seems like they rarely get replaced.
Yeah. So I will make sure that DPW has an inventory of things that have been reported thus far. And if they don't, then perhaps it will be necessary to send those in again. I'm hoping that won't be necessary.
We got
them. You do have them. Okay, good. But the other thing I want to mention is we have a lot of missing infrastructure in the city, not just light poles, but street signs that should be in locations that aren't there, or that are bent or in bad shape. And one of the items that we're recommending we invest in with some ARPA funds is to actually build an asset management database that tracks all of our existing infrastructure and the condition it's in, which would identify where these stumps are more comprehensively than just based on personal reporting to DPW, so we can have a truly comprehensive and all-inclusive database.
Councilwoman?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a good thing to get the asset management done, because that would give DPW a quick ability to tell the council person, well, that is a TTE light, or that is, so you would know exactly what you have. But just for this particular resolution, the question is still that I'm not comfortable with the feedback that we're getting from DPW. And, when a problem is reported, a resident takes the time to send an email, to call and leave a voicemail and say, hey, here's a problem. I'm uncomfortable with that. I never get anything to respond to that resident. I can call that resident and say, hey, I have made a report on that, but I never get anything beyond that. And that's fairly recent, because the former DPW director would respond. He would, get back and say, okay, this is what the lighting people said was the problem. It goes beyond what they originally thought, so the timing for it. We did get response from him. So I'm wondering, is this in the contract that these people are to give us a response or not?
Mayor.
I don't believe the problem is with the contract. I think the contract has been consistent previously and now. I think the problem has probably been that DPW staff is not being as responsive as they ought to be. And so I'm sure our acting director will take these comments to heart, but I'm also going to emphasize this to the soon-to-be new DPW director when he comes on board full-time in 3 or 4 weeks, whatever his exact start date is now.
And I think therein lies the Achilles heel, that there has been not all DPW positions filled. The DPW director position has been vacant since October, and so those additional responsibilities for the deputy, now the acting, is just stretched thin, but so it's created a gap, and that gap needs to be addressed, but we of course need a contractor to still do the light work. So we've made that clear, and if we need to, we'll take further council action to emphasize that we need that communication to be restored and consistent. Councilwoman.
Calling for the vote.
If there's no further discussion, it's voting time. Hearing no further discussion, Clerk Doyle, roll call on the resolution, adoption of the resolution approving renewal of streetlight services contract with Great Lakes Power and Light.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Thank you very much for your time tonight, Mr. Miller. Number 10 on the agenda, is there a motion to adopt the resolution? Is there a second? This is the proposed budget amendment.
Second.
It's moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman James. The motion is now before us. This is for American Rescue Plan Act funds of $500,000 to fund the Pontiac Arts and Culture Program. That GL revenue account number is 285-699-532.000, Art Cull, federal grants, others. $300,000 to GL account number 285-699-976.001, Art Cull, building additions and improvements, and $200,000 to GL account number 285-699-745.003, Art Cull, city events. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just high level before I pass it over to our acting grants director, this budget amendment would allocate $300,000 to a fund that would be awarded to one or more community organizations through a competitive process where they could apply for grant assistance to make building improvements, and another $200,000 to sustain Arts Commission activities, including the Arts Crawl, as well as the Music in the Park series. And with that, I'll turn it over to our acting director, Hall.
Microphone.
Good evening, everyone. Basically, everything I wrote down, he just said, so I'm just going to repeat it. This is to divide the arts and culture ARPA funds into $300 for a Pontiac cultural organization that will be decided through a competitive application process, and $200,000 to fund city arts-related programs.
Councilwoman Rutherford, you have the floor.
So my question is very clearly, when you guys have these art events, like the art in the park, the music in the park, are you guys paying the musicians adequate salary?
Looks like the deputy mayor wants to answer that. Deputy Mayor?
We are paying all of the contractors what is negotiated and they agree to.
Okay, so I'll, just to respond to that, we're paying people to do an hour-and-a-half show at $2,000 to do a show. Let's say you have a band of 8 people. Deputy Mayor, just so, because you're a mathematician, how much would each individual make?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the answer to that question, but I'm sure you do.
No, it's just hypothetical. What you think? What's the guess?
All right, I got to rule that out of order.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's a reason why I'm asking this. We have been so adequate about making sure everybody else is commended and paid well and compensated. I simply just ask that we pay the musicians that we have come every year, which is one of the reasons why certain individuals won't be performing this year, adequately, because we're putting money towards that, so they should be paid fairly. We find a way to do everything else. Let's just pay the musicians and the artists what they deserve, because some people live up. This is their. What you don't know is that this June to all the way to September is their touring months, and so local artists usually use this money to take care of them during the December, November, and January months because they don't perform as much. So I'm just simply asking that we look at how much we're paying each band, because we only pay for 7, so we should be able to pay more than $2,000, which would only be $14,000 out of the budget. Thank you.
So there's been no management contract that's come before city council for these concerts in the park. So how's that working?
Yeah, we are doing that in-house. We're organizing the music in the parks in-house. We did that 2 years ago with a lot of volunteerism on the part of the Arts Commission. The current Arts Commission is really stepping up and doing a lot of volunteer activity, and we also now have an events coordinator who has been hired by the city, as all of you know. And both the events coordinator, the Arts Commission, and Michael Martin, who's both our grants writer and on the Arts Commission, are all very confident that they can have a very successful series by doing the work in-house. Nonetheless, we will have to obviously pay money to make sure that we're compensating artists, that we're covering stage costs and other matters, and similarly for the arts crawl, there'll be expenses as well.
So are none of those expenses over $10,000?
Any expense that is over $10,000 will have to come before City Council, but I don't believe that any individual artist is going to be over $10,000, and I don't believe, that the stage cost will be over $10,000. But yes, any expense that's over $10,000, any contract that's over $10,000 will obviously have to be approved by City Council.
And my final question to clarify, this amends the budget to allow it to happen. If there are contracts or expenses that go above $10,000, it'll come for a further City Council vote. But will this facilitate the obligation of these ARPA funds in sufficient time? Would essentially it be closed out prior to the end of September, or would it be in jeopardy? I just want to make sure if I'm saying yes to this, that it would be utilized in the timeline that it needs to.
I want to make sure we're deferring to our ARPA expert, our acting grants director and grants compliance officer, and that's Renee Hall.
Will the funds be able to be obligated or expended well in advance of the end of September? The answer was yes. Okay. Further discussion? Okay, so this is, do we authorize the budget amendment? $300,000 of ARPA funds would be used for a competitive process that would be open to the community to apply for. What's the time anticipation for that, Mayor Grimel? Or Acting Director Hall, whoever's got that information?
In terms of when the events will occur?
The competitive process that you've outlined.
Oh, I see, for the $300,000. We anticipate, once this is approved, that we'll be able to do this over the coming, let's say, 30 days, to be a little cautious and conservative.
That's helpful context. Further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of the resolution to approve the budget amendment regarding $500,000 for arts and culture programming for Pontiac.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. The current fiscal year budget is amended. We're at number 11 on the agenda. It was already moved and seconded last week, so we don't need to do that action. But this is authorizing the reprogramming of CDBG funds from 2019. There was a public hearing previously, and it was initial deliberation, but the money was for demolition, and that was previously approved, and now the administration is proposing to reprogram all of that funding that hadn't been used yet for demolitions for the home repair program. So that's what we're debating. Mayor and administration, is there anything you'd like to emphasize or highlight?
Yeah, thank you. I know we talked a little bit about this last week, but I think the most important element here to consider is twofold. One is that we need more funds in our home improvement program. It's a very popular program. There's a lot of demand for participation in the program, and we do have a need to increase the funding for our home improvement program. And then secondly, CDBG dollars, if used for demolition, come with a number of strings attached, including going through the NEPA process with the federal government, going through the State Historic Preservation Office, or SHPO, that tend to delay the actual spending of those funds, whereas with home improvement program, we can more quickly get those funds spent and get our 2019 fiscal year funds for the CDBG program completely done and out the door. But I want to turn it over, of course, to our acting grants director, and I know she's joined by our economic development manager, who's worked quite a bit on CDBG funds alongside Director Hall.
Good evening again. We did speak last week about being able to reprogram into other projects. I reached out for some information about the 2019 funds to Oakland County, and we are allowed 4 projects per annual action plan per se, which we kind of talked about last week, where there were 4 projects, which was youth services, senior services, sidewalks, and demo. 2 of those public services are closed now. There is a public service cap for each program year. So there's only 15% of the allotment for that year that we can utilize for public services. And right now, since 2 of the public services projects is closed already, we still have $100,000 at Oakland County for neighborhood cleanup projects. We need to utilize all of the 392, reprogram the whole $392,000, 781.37 cents to one program.
Good to know. All right. That prevents me from making an amendment to slice and dice. But the slicing and dicing will come at a future opportunity. Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. This is for the administration. As you look around for demolition, the things that you're trying to get demoed, do we already have funds allocated for those particular projects?
Yeah, in terms of the Purdue site, we have an active opportunity with a residential housing developer, and certainly to the extent that more information is desired by council, we do have our economic development manager here, Deborah Younger, who can speak in great detail to that. But she is in the throes of finalizing an option to purchase with that developer. That we will.
Throes of finalizing.
Yes, indeed. So we'll want to be bringing that before City Council soon. In terms of EWALT, that was included in our Spark grant application to the state DNR. And we anticipate hearing on that very shortly. I know that Director Hall can speak to that, but they did ask for some additional information recently, and we provided them with all that information and are simply awaiting a final determination.
To follow up, though, what about McCarroll School? Do you feel as though that funds are fully expended?
We do, although to the extent that there's some additional cost beyond the $500,000 that the land bank is bringing for the demolition of McCarroll School, we can utilize some of our ARPA dollars that have been allocated to that youth recreation center project.
When will you have that answer?
Deputy, I think I spoke to Jill Robinson earlier today, and she said that they were hoping to finalize a contract for the demolition, I think in the next couple weeks. So I imagine once that's finalized, we'll know the total price.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Rutherford.
We previously had different batches of places that were supposed to be torn down. Are all those batches torn down at this time to the administration? Batch 15, batch 16, when we first got into office, have they all been torn down?
I want to say 17
17
was the latest.
is the latest. Have they all been torn down?
That's a very complicated question, and I'll answer it to the best of my ability, but we've really done a reassessment of some of those properties because some of those properties we don't actually believe should have ever been designated for demolition. So a lot of the properties that had been designated for demolition in the past by previous administrations, we really don't think merit demolition and can and should be rehabbed. Now that doesn't mean there aren't any that should be demolished. There are some that should be demolished, but the large majority of those we've been reassessing and probably do not need to be demolished, as opposed to fixed up at the owner's expense.
On behalf of the City Council, I'm going to ask a request or just a written status update. That we've looked at that extensively as the Economic Development Housing Planning Subcommittee back in the day, but we need to be refreshed on where that stands.
Yeah, absolutely. We'd be happy to do that.
My follow-up is, if we have certain houses, because I can name 6 of them that's on batch 17, are we allowing individuals to actually purchase that housing, and are we reducing the $25,000 thing for those individuals to actually rehab those houses? Now, I'm talking about, before you answer that, I'm talking about houses on Perry. I'm talking about the houses on Franklin Boulevard, because they were in batch 17. And so I want to make sure that if you guys have assessed them, are we now allowing individuals to go into rehab agreements at a reduced rate? Because we have had the ability, because we did it for the county, to reduce the rate to rehab houses. I yield to the administration.
Well, there are a few questions there. You had asked about purchasing the houses. We don't own any of the houses.
Order. Okay.
So, but in terms of whether they can enter into rehab agreements, again, some of this depends on the property, as I said, because I'm not saying none of them need to be demolished. But for those that don't need to be demolished, yes, we would encourage entering into rehab agreements. And in terms of the amount in escrow that needs to be put down, we do have a city ordinance that requires a certain amount in escrow to ensure that if the developer doesn't finish the rehab, that there are funds available to demolish the property.
Any final discussion? So what's before us is, do we, on behalf of the people of Pontiac, authorize the reassigning of what had been demolition funds from CDBG for the city of Pontiac to the home repair program? There is a date certain you have to utilize these funds by, correct? Do you know that date offhand?
We don't have a actual date. We have to have a plan by October.
Okay, so it's got to be planned what's going to happen with these reprogrammed funds by October. And per the guidelines, it must be one project or one use that falls within the remaining 2 buckets that haven't expired of the 4 buckets that were identified back for the 2019 funds. So if we don't do this one, we got to do something a full program. So it's either or. We can't divide and conquer. All right, well, I think it's pretty straightforward. If we want to utilize the funds by the X date, I mean, we gotta get moving. So the administration is telling us with confidence that they can utilize the funds quickly for the home repair program. It can go into active quick use. That's what's been reported. So taking that as true and strong, Councilman?
Before we vote on this, my question I have to ask is, currently you guys only have one inspector for all these houses. Are you guys going to take money out of this money that you're using for CBG to get another inspector so that y'all can move along the 43 houses that are currently not ready to go?
At this time frame, we're not anticipating hiring additional building inspector. We actually, the current census is 7 houses have been completed, 36 are in construction, 20 went out for bid today, another 16 will go out in a week, and the final 16 will go out. That'll be a total of 83 houses for the year, which will deplete our resources until we add the CDBG funding. At this time, the building inspector assigned is able to keep up. Should we determine if we get additional funding, if we add ARPA funding, or we get additional CDBG, then we'll reassess the ability for that building inspector to keep up. But at this point, the initial delays were not having enough contractors in the program. We have expanded the number of contractors. We now have 10 contractors, and we're also going to a process where contractors will be able to submit documentation without having to go call the evergreen process. So contractors can submit their qualifications and become on the list of approved contractors. So I believe that with the number of contractors that are now finally bidding, that we currently have the one inspector is capable of doing that, because she also uses the other inspectors in the city's regular building department when it comes for inspections on the trades and other things. So she writes the specs and does basic inspections, but she also has to bring in the trades that are inspected by the building department. And so far, that system is working.
Final discussion? Hearing no final discussion, speakers list exhausted. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of the resolution approving the Community Development Block Grant 2019 reprogramming.
Parker? Yes. Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're now at number 12. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution awarding the DLZ contract for schematic design services for Pontiac's community parks?
Make a motion.
It's been moved by Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by James, seconded by Goodman. The motion is now before us. Administration, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Before I turn it over to our Parks and Recreation Director, Terrence Price, I want to just talk at a really high level about what this item is about, and I know I touched on it earlier, but this is about providing a contract to the city by an engineering firm to do both concept design work in 6 of our 8 community parks, as well as design engineering work, meaning creating construction documents. In addition, part of this contract is to do surveying work, geotechnical work, so that we have everything that we need in terms of pre-construction engineering completed for those 6 community parks. The first and highest priority among those parks is Crystal Lake, because Crystal Lake Park is in particularly tough shape. We're going to be doing some work there in the very near term to make sure that we're getting the grass cut down, that we're cleaning up the park and making it look like a park again. But longer term, we want to really make serious infrastructure improvements to that park. And part of doing so is first doing some design engineering work for that park. But we're also looking at making similar investments in Murphy Park, in Bodette Park, in Aaron Perry Park, Oakland Park, and JC Park. So those are the 6 parks that are covered by this contract. And having some construction documents and concept design work will allow us to go out and shop those proposals for grant funding and other sources of revenue to actually get the construction moving. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Price.
Thank you very much, Mayor. One thing I just want to piggyback on with the concept design, one park that was not mentioned was Galloway Park, but that's because Galloway already had a concept design that was done last year. With construction documents, that will be for all the parks, including Galloway Park. Also highlighted in this is they will develop a schedule for site visits, 3 listening sessions with residents, conceptual designs, kickoff meetings, site visit for park locations, and like the mayor said, Crystal Lake is a high priority. We've done some different work in terms of walking the park and looking at different things that needed to be done, reaching out, getting bids for things like tree design, tree removal, removing the dead trees, looking to get that park cleaned up a whole lot.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington, followed by Councilman Parker.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I actually want to talk about Oakland Park and some of the maintenance that hasn't happened. For example, the basketball courts. About 5 years ago, it was an empowerment grant that the city had where the We Care Neighbor Association wrote for a small grant to resurface that particular basketball court. Now that basketball court hasn't had any maintenance since then. So I guess my question is when we're going to get another basketball hoop up at that location, as well as resurface those particular basketball courts?
Well, with that question, part of getting the evaluation of the court, the conditions to make sure that we don't have to do a total redesign will be a part of that. I'm going to let the firm go out and take a look at that and put together a concept plan to include that. But in terms of us just going out and doing that, we're really trying to make sure that we get all these things contracted and get the right people out there to evaluate all those things. And just like you had the opportunity to share with the neighborhood parks in terms of what you want to see in your park, we take that to know and make sure that that's a high priority for Oakland Park.
Well, I guess for those courts, they're very important to the community because each summer they have basketball tournaments in that particular park. So if you look at all our parks right now, it's nowhere that they can legitimately have basketball, any kind of basketball tournaments. There's no park in the city right now. So my concern is that resurfacing and putting a hoop doesn't need a schematic design. Basically, if I call someone that actually does that, we can actually get someone out there and give us a price on getting that done. So That's something simple. And Oakland Park is not a park that's in the same shape as Crystal Lake. So I would definitely like to see one of our parks that we can get something done immediately so our citizens and residents can have someone to can play basketball.
So we could take a look at that, but also, as you understand too, there is processes to all of this. So if you're asking me to get something done by June, I don't know that's going to happen. It depends on when you have these basketball tournaments. And if we've known these basketball tournaments have always gone before, that's something we need to put on the calendar so we make sure we are ahead of the curve and we can make sure we can target and make sure whatever work needs to be done can get done instead of trying to react and then having to force something down the pipe, which then can kind of lead us to.
And I understand that, but I know that you're new and you haven't been in that seat a long time, but this is something that happens on a yearly. It happens every year.
And that's great. So I look forward to finding out when those dates are, getting them documented. So once again, summer is here now. So we want to make sure that we get that out there so the residents can have that.
Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. My question is, since Galloway Park was already ahead of all the other parks for getting some of those things done, how did Crystal Lake move ahead of them in starting some work?
Work was not really started at Crystal Lake. What we're talking about is evaluation. So I just went to Crystal Lake for the first time probably about 3 weeks ago and really walked it and look at the condition of that park. That park is in really, really bad shape. So it's not a matter of major park items being done first at Crystal Lake. It's routine maintenance things that's supposed to usually happen all the time, like keeping your trees trimmed and maintained, like cutting the grass, and figuring out what it's going to take to get that under control, because right now it's not under control.
Deputy Mayor Stevens.
Thank you, Council President. I was just going to say, as far as the question about the basketball courts specifically, the issue is not just getting someone out there to resurface the court. Is will the courts actually stay in that same location? That's what one of the things that the schematic will determine.
Mayor Grimal, next on the speaker's list.
Yeah, the reason why Crystal Lake Park is a high priority is both because right now, if you look at it, you wouldn't even know it's a park, and that's been the case for I don't even know how long, at least 10 years. But also because City Council passed a resolution specifically asking for Crystal Lake Park to be prioritized. And then finally, because we do have $500,000 in county funds sitting there waiting to be utilized for construction that we want to move forward with.
All right, hearing no further, I'll offer my final 2 cents. One of these community parks identified is Murphy Park on our east side in District 7, the largest park in the city of Pontiac. I'm interested to see what scope or footprint of Murphy Park will be able to take a bite out of. Are we talking about just sort of the active, commonly used park space? Is it going to look even in passing at the broader footprint, the newly added acreage? So I look forward to that answer. It doesn't have to come tonight because it's needed. Murphy Park's needed. I just strongly encourage the multiple community meetings that you've referenced. Is that for all the parks at once, or is that sort of a park by park basis? Has that been determined yet? Because I just really got to say, the Friends of Murphy Park have been holding it down and advocating for Murphy Park for very lean years, during some very lean years, and they have a lot of really informed firsthand perspective that needs to be heard and included in that feedback process. Murphy Park, many of the equipment dates back to twice my lifetime, but definitely older than my lifetime. It is very overdue for TLC, so I'm grateful that we're investing in getting that ball rolling. And we know that there's going to be so much need to be done, but I just want to find out if you've got some reactions to 2 of those questions, Director Price.
So right now, nothing has been formally decided. It is written in the contract that they will be working with our communication staff to make these announcements and when these meetings are going to go. I'm not one to look down the road too quick, so we want to take care of this first step first, because there's also a time schedule for when things begin in terms of when things have to be reproduced and getting back to us. Some 30-day timelines, different things like that. So first things first, we'll do this, but we're definitely taking to heart and consider making sure every resident has a chance to give their voice heard.
And do you have a sense of how big of a footprint in Murphy or other parks you're looking at? Are you looking at truly the full park or just a sliver?
Right now, it's the full park.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion before us, awarding of the contract to DLZ for schematic design services for 7 community parks. The Galloway Lake Park has had the conceptual work already done, grant funded, and this would do the second half of that, which is the engineering and design work to complement that. But so we're fully looking at 7 community parks. Hearing no further discussion. Oh, Councilwoman James. Microphone.
I just wanted to say that I appreciate the administration choosing the one contractor to be able to do both design and construction drawings, because it's very complicated, a lot of things happening there. But that's neat. But I particularly want to point out that administration wants to prioritize bathrooms, which has a huge impact on the residents of our city, because right now there's not one park in the city that has a bathroom that people can send or take their children to, that seniors can go to, that nursing moms can go in and change a diaper. There's not one. And so I really appreciate that administration, through this contract, wants to prioritize community parks that have bathrooms, and let's get bathrooms back into Pontiac parks. I applaud that, and looking forward to it.
Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Mayor Greimel.
Forgive me, but I don't want people to do a double take next week. So I do just want to say that there is a separate contract with DLZ specifically to do bathroom assessments that will be coming before City Council next week. So I don't want people to say, wait a second, I thought that was included in the contract last week. So I just wanted to clarify that. DLZ will be doing both, but they are 2 distinct contracts, is my understanding. Is that right, Director?
That is correct.
Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution awarding the DLZ contract for schematic design services for Pontiac's community parks.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, we're at number 13 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to authorize human resources to increase the HRAA contract by $60,000 for HR Advantage advisory consultant fees? Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. It's the final resolution, and it's before us.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. I'm going to turn it over to our Human Resources Director, Melinda Jurakovic. But before I do just want to say that we've been very fortunate to have Human Resources HR Advantage advisory firm doing a lot of work with the city for a number of months now. You will know them better probably by the individual's name, and that name is Shannon Hensel. And she's been immensely helpful and has already delivered a lot of savings by improving some of our contracted firms that HR works with in terms of healthcare and other outside vendors, but also by assisting our Human Resources Director in improving internal processes, revising the city handbook, things of that nature. And this would extend that contract so we can continue to benefit from Shannon's services. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Director Jurakovic.
Thank you. So it's basically what he said. So we need, Shannon has been immensely helpful with human resources, with our contracts, with retirement, with benefits, very instrumental in getting a benefit admin system. And she has really been a great asset to the HR department since my arrival there. So to keep with that consistency with the human resources as well as with the city of Pontiac, I am looking to increase the contract for another $60,000 so we can keep Shannon on and keep doing the great things that we're doing for not only human resources, but for the city as well.
All right, discussion? Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. So I'm actually a very tough question.
Okay.
And I don't want you to get offended, but
go for it.
How long do you think that we need to continue to use consultants? When would you be up to speed where you can handle this department?
Sure. So as time goes forward, her presence will be less and less. Before I started, she's kicked off many things, started implementing things. So with her still being there until it is in its final stages where we won't need that. So let's say maybe she will work 40 hours one week, but maybe another week she may go down to 36. So it's not going to be forever. This is until what she started gets implemented, and we have a smooth process to keep going. And then we would need her services less and less. So I don't plan on her being here until maybe the end of this year. If we do, it'll be for a special case only, but not as consistent as she is right now.
Councilwoman James?
Yeah, I would agree that, Shannon has been beneficial to the city. We had a lot of things going on, which HR as well, and I do appreciate all of the improvements, and, we've just gotten a lot of very significant work done. But my concern is that as we extend this, we need to know exactly what work she's focusing on doing, and council would need a regular update on the progress of those works. So that's two things I'm asking for. Written assignments that she is being given, what she's working on, and written updates on the status of those projects. Okay?
Councilwoman Rutherford?
Okay. We're paying for Gov HR, correct?
We are paying for Gov HR for recruitment for our high-level positions.
How much do we pay Gov HR right now?
I don't want to tell you an untruth, so I don't have that figure in front of me.
And we are supposed to do 60,000 for Shannon. We currently have, I'm asking for a reason, this is just be transparent. How many current positions do we currently still have open?
High-level director positions? I want to say 3 and a possible.
Okay, and so what's her specialty that warrants giving her $60,000? Because I'm asking for a reason. If we have these positions open, we are paying Gov HR, so if we're paying that for y'all to find out why we still need her.
So Gov HR and HRAA are two different companies.
Can you elaborate?
Sure. So Gov HR, they help us with the recruitment of those high-level positions. So we have used them for the Director of Finance, searching for the Director of Grants, City Engineer. So with Gov HR, that's what they're responsible for. HRAA, she's considered an HR consultant. So that's a separate contract, separate company. And then with that contract, she helps in HR when it comes to like the benefits. When we did our new brokers to help save money, she's helped us save about $500,000 on some things. So that is why we have her here assisting with these projects.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman James, I'm tempted to do an amendment that requests that written update. I don't want to bog down an already long meeting, so maybe we do it as a separate resolution asking for I want it to be explicit, saying that we want regular written updates. And it would otherwise make sense to do it here, but just for the sake of time, I don't want to engineer it from the floor. But your point is extremely well made. And to Councilman Rutherford's point, we just want to see what's the benefit and the value. You've identified in some of the text broad level, but we want to know, what's getting the benefit for the taxpayers of Pontiac. So that's what we'll be looking for in writing moving forward. Mayor Grimal?
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge that point. I think it's very reasonable, and we're happy to do that. And we can do that on a bi-weekly basis or a monthly basis, whatever council thinks will adequately inform it. But absolutely, anytime that there's a contract approved by City Council and City Council wants updates about it, that's perfectly reasonable.
Any final discussion? Hearing no further discussion, speakers is exhausted. On the final resolution of the night, roll call, Clerk Doyle on adoption.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at public comment. Pro Tem Carrington, who's first up?
Yes,
Thank you, Madam Director.
Thank you. Sanjia Wiggins.
To turn the microphone on, there's a button at the bottom right of the black device.
Good evening. Oh, favorite color is red. So good evening to President McGinnis, President Pro Tem Carrington, Councilwoman James, Councilman Parker, Councilwoman Rutherford, Mayor Grimel, and Deputy Mayor, y'all have been practicing this, Deputy Mayor Stevens, and to all the citizens in the city of Pontiac. I am Sanjia Wiggins, and I am the president of the proud and prestigious Pontiac Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and we have been excited to be here this evening, and the reason that we are here is because we represent with about 209 women in our organization, with the majority of them living in the city of Pontiac. And we want to make sure that you all know that we are here for you as citizens, as well as the council, as well as the administration, to know that we are doing things on a daily basis in the community. For Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, our national guide is our 5-point thrust. And so I just want to share a couple of things with you this evening about what we do in the community under our economic development, educational development, physical and mental health, political awareness and involvement, as well as international awareness and involvement. As you all may know, that we have 3 youth groups in the city of Pontiac, our Delta Academy, Delta Gyms, and our Salute to Our Young Heroes. And so we are serving the community on a daily basis. This here is our last day of what we call May Week, and all week we have been serving the citizens of the city of Pontiac with different activities, and so we wanted to end our week with serving the city council. And so we are very pleased to be here. As you all saw, there was a sea of red earlier today, but we do have a couple of citizens that have joined and stayed this evening. So I have our first vice president, the Honorable Jacqueline McClinton, our second vice president and May Week chair and co-chair, Dr. Tanoa Flagler, born and raised city of Pontiac. We have attorney Joy Lynn Hunt. We have our sorority sister, Judith Harris Odom, as well as our Pontiac resident that everybody probably knows, which is our sorority sister, Jean Matthews. So we just want to say thank you so very much for all the work that all of you do in the city of Pontiac, and we are here to serve and continue to do what we need to do for our citizens of Pontiac, our youth, as well as our seasoned members of the community. We do have events at different community centers as well. So thank you so very much for having us here this evening, and we truly appreciate all you do for the citizens of Pontiac. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Tanoa Flagler, she spoke for all you guys? Okay. Ms. Karen Jurgensen. Ms. Charlene Dreyer.
Hello. I'm really sad that I have to go after that wonderful, wonderful speech. Thank you, everybody. Good evening, Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor. My name is Charlene Dwyer, and I am the president of the Pontiac Creative Arts Center. This year, we are celebrating 60 years of cultivating arts and culture in the community through exhibition, education, and outreach. This Thursday, we are hosting the 3rd event of the month to honor our founder, Dr. Harold Furlong, who founded the Creative Arts Center in 1964. From 6 to 9 at 47 Williams Street, this Thursday, the 23rd, we will host a gallery reception that will feature Dr. Furlong's artwork that has never, ever been on public display. I'm personally inviting everybody here in this room, the council, the mayor, deputy mayor, and everybody watching on closed caption to join us, because we want you to share the stories that you have of the Pontiac Creative Arts Center. 60 years, you have to have some stories. We will have a film crew on hand to capture these memories and explore what we want as a community, the Pontiac Creative Arts Center, to be in the future. I want to thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing everybody this Thursday. 6 to 9, 47 Williams Street, right outside the Loop in the historic Franklin Boulevard District. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Richard Harrison? Ms. Carlton Jones?
I'm so glad the ladies of Delta Sigma Theta stayed around till after 9 o'clock to present to us. Fantastic organization, and so glad to have you here in our city. Appreciate the work they do. I know it's a lot of work they do, and they work real hard to help the residents in the city, and been doing it for a long time. Couple things I want to talk about before I get into the workforce development. I know I mentioned before about our signage when we got a lot of road work, and I'm very concerned about it because I've heard 2 or 3 situations, especially. If anybody takes time to go over there on Franklin Road, where we've got northbound traffic going in the southbound lane, and it's coming from several artery streets. And if you don't truly know that you can't turn right there, where normally that is a right turn lane, it needs to clearly be stated when these side streets come that they can't turn right, because that's where the traffic is going the opposite direction. So I think that signage needs to be really looked at before we do have, especially at nighttime. And one other situation that I know, because I travel this way, and it's at South Boulevard and Franklin. There's a big sign that says at the top that's still up there saying left turn. If you're going westbound on South Boulevard, and even though it's some saying, okay, but it's a big sign up there saying left turn, that sign should be covered why there's no left turning, because there you got traffic coming on the wrong side. So we just need to do some extra effort towards some additional signage to make sure then that traffic that's going on the wrong side on Franklin Road before we really have. And then on Golf Drive, there's been numerous times where people are going the wrong way where it should be just westbound, and we just need to have better signage. And anything we can do with the city to encourage those contracted people to make sure to put better signage out, that would really make a difference. I want to say this, and I know time is short, but we really need to take some consideration of how we can move public comments up in the agenda. Some of us who really truly stick around and wait till 9 o'clock, 9:30, it just really takes away from what we should be encouraging more people to come out. I'll say this much: a lot of people do watch, but the people come out, they want to come out and be heard. And I think we need to take some consideration of how we can move it up in the agenda. And for time is out. Workforce development, I'm working on a major project for Pontiac right now. I appreciate all the support that people have been getting. I love to get more support from council and city. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jones. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
I did want to give memories of Pastor James Keys, but I do want to commend council on passing the additional CDBG money for homeowners. I do want to make the point, though, that should be additional money for homeowners. You don't nearly have enough for homeowners repair and the ARP. The thing about CDBG is that it's limited to certain incomes. The ARP money, the government does not require income restrictions for homeowners. So that's something that I would just want to bring up for people who have been told that they shouldn't get these homeowner repair $25,000. Everybody can use $25,000. And I feel sad that all that money that we brought here, that's supposed to be transformational for the community, as you said, Minister James, Councilwoman James, that more of it should be going for the COVID-19 relief benefits that we fought to bring it here. $37.7 million is a lot of money, and there should be more of it that's going for not only citizens, COVID-19 relief, this is one-time money, not going to get it again, and for also our small businesses in the community for direct benefits. So I know last year the mayor had recommended to take another $10 million out of the ARPA fund, and I alerted you to that, and so you did not approve that. But even taking the first $10 million out, that makes it much less that's going to go to citizens. And if I were a citizen here who realized that I didn't have a chance to get a part of that, they should be very unhappy, and knowing that that could have happened. But Pastor Keys, it was nice to memorialize, and as we talk about citizens' responsibility, one of the things that the Divine Nine, which is the Delta Sigma Thetas and my sorority, take a part in is we're doing sponsorship of voter registration, getting people to vote and realizing their civic responsibility. And the memories I have of Pastor Keys were the ways he stood for this community. As I said, when I first came to town and married Bill Waterman, they were in the midst of the Pontiac school, a desegregation fight. And it was so many outsiders were coming, and there was so much hate spewed and so much violence that it was actually my husband and Bill and Albert Hatchett who had, the FBI told us, the Ku Klux Klan had a hit on them. And so it was Pastor James Keys who said, I will take care of your security. He made sure that they had a different car to drive in every day. He made sure, I think they were using Hell's Angels or somebody at the time, he had a different person driving with them every day, and he did that. So that his role in making sure that this community and the children of the community had the kind of equitable education that we fought for. So I remember that. And as people think about their responsibility in terms of getting them out to vote, remember James Keys, because that's what he would have stood for too.
Thank you. Young, is it Caitlin? And you didn't give us a last name, please.
So I appreciate following your delivery and the reminder of what has humbled me in my integration to the community, particularly here in Pontiac. 3 years ago, my son and I were displaced following a separation from my ex, who happens to be a fellow letter carrier. And our separation followed 2 years of stay-at-home parenthood. And the observations that I've been forced to reckon with, having been displaced and forcibly, unjustly separated from my young son, who is now 10, during the height of hysteria and mandates locally here in Pontiac, Southfield, Detroit, and in between, have brought me to focus all of my energy on improvements to any space that gathers 2 or more people. And I think it's imperative that we circulate thank yous, questions, reminders, and suggestions in text chains, dry erase boards, verbal, vocal, telepathic communication consistently, particularly because this region is historic in its legacy for ensuring that healthy integration and intersectional community is not just represented locally, but on a national level. And I've witnessed the way that exploitation has taken advantage, particularly of mothers, of women of melanin, and women of color. And I just learned that the family shelter funds have been passed to the leadership at Hope. And I would appreciate feedback and solidarity on ensuring that the labor and the wages for the labor be dedicated first to current Hope residents and formerly displaced residents, community members, local and nearby. And I would appreciate continued conversation on consolidating the 5 primary metro transit systems: SMART, DDOT, FAST. I'm missing 2: SMART, DDOT, FAST. into one so that there can be consistent, reliable service at each bus stop, and to install universal charging ports at each bus station to add to the ones that are already present.
That does conclude your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hill. And Andrea Mans?
Good evening. Sitting over there for this past 3.5 hours, I've had a lot of time to think. And, you know, when you all came in the office, I gave y'all the benefit of the doubt. I was happy, I was excited, I was proud because the streets were clean, the snow was being removed, whole lot of things were being done. And I'm like, man, they on their job. But now, it's like y'all don't care about how we feel, because you sit up there, you ask 5, 10 questions to each person that come up here in between public comment. Public comment get here, we got 3 minutes. That lady right there came up here on a scooter, and it's probably her first time coming up here. I know she probably was tired, probably was sleepy and all of that stuff, but she tried to hang in here as long as she could. You all choose these jobs. You ran for this office. You wanted to do this. We just wanted to come up here and tell y'all how we felt about everything, what we do, what's going on in our neighborhood. And we shouldn't have to sit here 3.5 hours just to tell you how we feel. We've asked several times for you to move public comment up. And I don't know if it's the arrogance, because you feel, hey, we got this position, we're going to do what we want. We don't have to respect them. We're going to make them wait just like we have to wait. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And that's all I got to say today.
Thank you, Ms. Mans. Ms. Tamika Ramsey.
Good evening. I'm apologize if I get emotional ahead of time. I stand before you to shed light on a critical issue that affects many of us who own and operate businesses in the city of Pontiac. Let me share a personal story that highlights the challenges that we faced. In 2019, my husband and I got our taxes done. I had been running T. Ramsey and Associates for 4 years at that time. I just started making some money. I was finding resources on my own because there were no resources here in the city of Pontiac. I believe I had someone who didn't know how to reconcile my books correctly. So when we did our taxes, we owed over $30,000 for 1 year. That scared me because I knew something was wrong. I just didn't know what it was, and I didn't have the money to find the right help. So I didn't get my taxes done. We haven't gotten our taxes done in 3 years. I learned through Accounting Aid Society and working with them things that I need to look at. And so when our 2020 taxes were done, we got a $35,000 tax bill again. And I used some of the knowledge that I learned through Accounting Aid Society and got it reduced to less than $17,000, which is still a lot, but it's not $35,000. This experience highlighted the importance of having good help, resources, and something that many of the business owners lack here in this city. I have been hearing concerns from business owners about attacks that are being made from that dais up there to businesses that aren't in compliance. And I'm telling you, as a business who is not in compliance, we don't have the help and resources that we need. In the last 2 weeks, I have spent 5 hours helping 3 businesses getting good standing over 15 years. One business was 7 years. All it is a simple form. She had to pay over, one person had to pay over $400 and then said, how much do I owe you? And I didn't take any money because I know that they need that money for their business. So some of the rules that the city is giving out, I feel like y'all are doing it unorganized, that you're asking for us to be prepared when you're not even prepared for some of these things. And it is hurting small businesses. I, like Ms. Mans, have so much so much more I want to say, but I am saying that as a small business owner providing technical assistance, T. Ramsey has opted out of working with the city going forward. And I would just hope that y'all would use the resources to help businesses instead of penalizing them for not having the help and resources they need in real time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Darlene Clark, and then Ms. Gloria Miller.
You know, the people put it very clearly, the small people that stayed around for this 3-hour meeting. And each and every Tuesday night, they put it very clearly toward the end, the frustration in the last 3 years that they feel. And they have asked you guys numerous of times, put them in the front. Okay, let me tell you this. I tell people all the time, when you read the memo and you don't get it, you read it over and over again. But check this out. I'm quite sure tonight, did you get the memo? They don't care. You got the memo? Because that's what we use in our office. When you read the memo and a sentence saying the same thing, because you guys work in the office, because you got to read your memos, call them emails, call them whatever you want. But did you get the memo? They got the memo, but you're not listening because you don't have to listen. So let's go back to what I want to say now. We got that out the way. Councilman James, I understand the park is your domain, and that's what you govern over on the committee. But understand this. The city of Pontiac from the last administration, including your administration, looked terrible. Oh, yeah, they come and cut the grass, but they don't cut the weeds around the grass, the trees that's growing up from the grass. And you guys want to use in the budget, what can we do for these parks? These parks that you've given our children, whether you think they deserve the conditions that they're asking for or not, it looks terrible. And I talked to a lot of the park people. You know what they tell me? I says, why don't you just cut the grass? You know what they told me? Well, I'm using a push lawnmower. I don't even have a raise. And I'm only doing what bare minimum what I get paid for. You know what he said he get paid for? And not just one. I'm telling you, all of them says $16 an hour, and it's not worth the work that they need to do. And with that being said, why is you putting money into the budget to get the bathrooms clean? First, get the parks clean. That's the one thing. Then I want to talk about the budget again when you're talking about demolishing building. In the last administration, you got a place right there at Franklin Road where that store is an old apartment. Used to be the old apartment, hotel, call it whatever you want. The past administration has said for years, tear it down, please give us help. Did the council, past and present, listen today? No. But Mike Wilson said before he was let go of his position, he said it was up for demolition. That was 2 years ago, or however when the new administration came in. But understand this again, people coming into the city see this. And your reputation, how you showing, how you treating the city, is how you showing the people who you really are. Did you get the memo? Because everybody got the memo. They got the memos on the park, they got the memo on the streets, they got the memo on the condition of what you're willing to give the people who put you in office.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Ms. Gloria Miller.
I'm going to start with saying the memo is 1.5 years from now when they get ready to run. That's the memo. Now, Park, I want to start with you with the grass on Featherstone. That grass is so tall now, kids can get it and actually get hurt now. Between Cameron and I forgot the other street. It's got to be something done. It's bad. The grass on my street, that land, that property, it's so big. We got, coyotes out there, running out there, and these kids in the neighborhood, my neighborhood. I have my grandkids out on the street. I can't put them out there right now. You got to get these people. That's what we're talking about. You got to get these owners that don't probably live here, cut these properties. They got to cut this grass. And they tell me my kids say I got city because I love to clean. I do. I can't stand it. I can't stand when my city's dirty. I can't stand with the grass. Clean it up. Councilman Parker, I don't know, maybe you're trying. I'm sure you'd address it. But where are they? Look at that grass going down Featherstone. Here we get big old Amazon riding down the street, millions of dollars, and got all this grass across the street. Matter of fact, I think one of them just got a business over there, that car wash. That grass is it's just horrendous. Okay, now I want to go on to, I'm not through with the MLK Bridge, by the way, just because I don't mention it. I'm going to say something, and I said from now on, because anybody know me, for the 27 years I've been coming down here, I've been putting mayors in, and I've been putting them out, okay? Because the citizens, they work for you. This agenda should, if I was up there, you would be second in line. Because guess what? I work for you. They forget that. See, that's one thing I'd like, you know, people say on the other side, I like where I stand. Because, see, I can stand here and I can say what I want to say, not represent no one but Gloria right now. What you do to others come right back to you. It's no doubt about it. I know many people don't like what I say. I'm so outspoken. But guess what? I don't give a damn. Because I don't work for them. I work for the people. People that really know me know I really care. If you guys really care, you bring that agenda up. Next year when they run, oh, I'm going to do this for you. I got you. You know it, girl. Remember this. Remember this. It's many things we have asked and pleaded with. No, won't do it. I didn't ask about the bridge. The bridge ain't over. That's going to be a factor for me. Yes, I'm campaigning, but I'm not running for office. Anybody want to help get in office, I'll help you. If you want to do right for the citizen, call Gloria. Because I respect my resident. I want the best up there. But it's time out for this BS. I ain't asking no more about it. I'm coming up every week and telling you everything you need to do and what you need to look in for your next council person. Get somebody with integrity and don't care about damn money so much.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. That concludes public comment. President McGinnis.
All right, next are discussions. The first, it was asked for by Councilwoman James, reviewing plan of action for future installation of additional speed humps in neighborhood streets. Want to introduce that discussion further?
Yes. I have gotten well, let me start from the beginning. The previous administration funded a number of speed humps for the city of Pontiac, and they were implemented during our administration. 3 speed humps per district were allocated, and it was under our administration that the location of those speed humps was identified. Well, they have been extremely popular. I don't know about the other districts, but District 4 has found the speed humps extremely popular. I have a list of probably over 10 additional requests for speed humps, and I have consistently told residents that a decision would be made, and we have yet to really have that discussion. So now that we are in budget discussions, it's time for us to talk about whether or not this administration wants to budget for speed humps, and if so, how many would we like to implement per district? So I want to start that discussion with council people to see, as I said, in my district, they were extremely popular. Residents want to see more. So I'm curious to know whether that support is there for the other districts. Is this something we want to do more of and to propose for this current budget year?
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, first I want to thank Councilwoman James for actually putting this in front of us. Definitely, I want more speed humps in my district. And as you said, actually, many of the residents and streets want speed humps. So it's been definitely something that's been asked of me on several occasions. So I definitely support making sure that's in the budget.
Further discussion? Mayor Grimal?
Yeah, I think we too would like to add that into the budget. There are a couple of possible funding sources that we can discuss for that, but we would be interested to know, as you alluded to, Councilwoman, sort of how many, would we replicate what we did about a year ago? That would probably be our recommendation. but we can talk more. I know it's getting late as well, so I don't want to talk too much about this, other than to say that is received and welcome, and we agree.
Yeah, I'm in the same mindset. I had very positive feedback from District 7's residents. Any final discussion? Okay, Councilman, that concludes that discussion item, and we'll keep this conversation going during the budget proceedings. Councilman Goodman wanted to see a motion to suspend the rules to add a second discussion item. Do you want to make that motion?
Can I ask a question before making the motion?
Depends on how long-winded that question is.
It'll be very short.
Please do.
Deputy Mayor and the administration opposed to making a second discussion item for what was supposed to be reported on tonight in regards to the labor study, because that was in the resolution from May 21st. I was going to say, instead of making that discussion happen tonight, we can push it back to next week, unless you have something to offer as we're in regards to that.
Go for it.
Did you not get the information? It was not emailed to you?
I mean,
just was it emailed to you? It was in,
yes.
What you got was insufficient. We can discuss it next week, yes.
Thank you.
All right, so there's no motion. So now we'll move to communications, but we will include that in the written agenda for next week. City Clerk, you want to emphasize anything?
No, Mr. President.
Okay. The next City Council meeting is this Thursday, the 23rd at 5 p.m. on reviewing the proposed annual budget. Other announcements and communications are in the agenda, hard copy or electronically. Mayor Grimal, your communications?
Yeah, just one item that we do have 2 additional listening sessions coming up regarding the Youth Recreation Center. We had our first one earlier this month, but we really do want to hear from community members about what you'd like to see included in this community center as we seek to really have a really top-notch, excellent community center, youth recreation center that all of us can be proud of. So the next opportunities are Thursday, May 30th. That's not this Thursday, but next Thursday, May 30th at 6 p.m. That's going to be at 46 North Saginaw. We appreciate Councilwoman Rutherford suggesting that location and helping to facilitate that location. So many thanks to the Councilwoman. And then we also will have one on June 20th at 6 p.m. with a location to be determined.
Okay, closing comments, Mayor Grimal?
In the interest of time, I'm going to pass.
Great. Deputy Mayor? Clerk? Councilman Rutherford? Sure. Councilman Parker?
Thank you, Brother President. I don't have any comments. I just wanted to make everybody aware, as has been previously discussed, we lost a great man in Pastor James H. Keys. He's been my pastor for the last 17 years. The Pastor Keys celebration service will be Saturday, June 1st at Trinity Missionary Baptist Church, beginning at 11 a.m., family hours at 10, from 10 to 11. Viewing would be Friday, May 31st at Monument of Faith Church from 12 to 6 p.m. Look forward to seeing everybody who comes out to give Pastor Keys a proper send home. And that will be posted, I'm sure, on various social media pages. Just one other comment. As I listen to people could be concerned about what we discuss at times, I personally think we could probably, if not every week, adjust our time for public comments to every other week or so, so that we can allow those who come to say what they got to say what they got to say, and get on back home, so we can conduct the business. With that, I'll say good evening.
Councilwoman James?
Yeah, first of all, the District 4 community meeting will be canceled for this month. We will not have a meeting this coming Thursday because it conflicts with the budget meeting. So again, for District 4 residents, our District 4 meeting on Thursday night has been canceled. Also, just in terms of some of the comments, I just want to clarify that this council did not change public comment from the previous administration. Public comment was at the end, and for as long as I have watched council meetings on television, they have been at the end of the meeting, and the previous council, who I believe Ms. Miller served on, their public comment was at the end of the meeting. So one of the things that we have changed, which I think has been a good change, is that we have added the agenda discussion items so that where residents have something specific to the agenda that they want to talk about, that those are made early in the meeting. There's always room for change, but I just want to clarify that we did not change the timing for public comment. Public comment was already set at the end of the meeting, and we just left it. The change we made was adding the agenda address part of it. So with that, I don't think I have any. Oh, with that, just one other comment. Tomorrow is my birthday. I will turn 77. And so I want to publicly thank God for just the wonderful blessings that he has given me, allowing me to see my 77th birthday while serving on the great and illustrious Pontiac City Council. So with that, that's all.
Thank you. Councilman Goodman.
I will keep it short. Due to the fact that Memorial Day is Monday, right? We will not be having a District 3 meeting, although I wish we really could. However, I like to direct everyone who can go to the Stomp Out the Violence march that is happening with Identify Your Dream, a very important event for our community. I believe this is their 14th annual event. And I have decided to support them with some of my district project funds. So I encourage everyone that can to go to that event. It is a massively important event for multiple different reasons in our community. So if you are a resident, come into my District 3 meeting instead. Go to, I believe it's at Rotary Park this year. But please go to the Identify Your Dream, Stop Out the Violence March. But with that, please be on the lookout for another pullover prevention clinic happening June 23rd at the Baldwin Center. There will be more information coming out about that as the weeks go on. Hope to have more people. Maybe we can go over 300 people who get food and over 75 cars that get fixed this time. So with that, I will say good night.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford.
For 3 years, I've attended over 200 events. I've had monthly meetings. I've advocated for every resident that I know from sunup to sundown. And then last week, I had a near-death experience. I'm sick. And it's serious. And I have some tough choices I have to consider. I need to cancel my meetings for a couple of months for health reasons. I need to take at least 2 months break from me being able to have them so that I can do some corrective things for my health. I need to also ask that people just be respectful of my privacy. I'm not okay. I never say that out loud, but I'm not okay. And I just really need grace right now and prayers. There are things that I have to deal with that I never thought I would have to deal with before. And I just need to take a 2-month break from having my monthly meetings and attending everybody events. I know for some that will make them feel like I don't care, but what good am I to you if I'm not alive? What good am I to you if I'm in the hospital because I don't take care of me? I learned that lesson hardly because Pastor Keys took care of everybody. He made sure everybody was all right, even on his deathbed. And when I was in the hospital, where my blood pressure was 98/53, and I actually realized that I am burning the candle at both ends. So I need just some prayers and support because it's serious. So just wanted to make sure I made that announcement. I also will be supporting, I'll be supporting the march on Monday, not there in person, but in spirit. I want to make sure Identify Your Dreams is recognized. And lastly, I will be working on some ordinances to correct some things that I put into motion, because one of the best things about being human is that when you make a mistake, you can apologize and fix it. And I am making some different decisions to make sure that everybody has a seat at the table. And so I'm asking for support on that. I've already talked to the president and along with the administration so that we can rectify issue, because I never want to be the blame for someone else's not being able to take care of their family. I also don't want to be the blame for not having policy in place that benefits the community. So on that note, I just ask that you keep my family and me in prayer. I ask that you pray for my daughter. I hope to come home next week. I ask you to pray for the Keys family. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Pro Tem Carrington.
Thank you, President McGinnis. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone that came out tonight. And also, I'd like to also offer my condolences to the Pastor Keys family. And I thank Pastor Keys for his work that he done over the years here in this city. June the 1st, please come out to Ruth Peterson. It's STEM Day with myself. We're going to have walking tacos, fun educational games. Robotics team will be there. KFI STEAM Ignite will be there. So it's definitely something that's great for our youth as we start to make sure they understand the importance of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So please come out. Also, I'd like to thank the members of the community that actually spoke about making sure that Ruth Peterson receives the same amount of funds and have the opportunity for the same activities that at both senior citizens. Over the last 3 years, I've tried to provide at least probably 25% of my council funds to efforts to try to help that particular center do some things, as well as with equipment. So again, I'm glad they decided to come up tonight. I think it's important that we look at how funds are being allocated for our senior citizens. I don't know if that issue is I don't know. So I'm asking the administration to look into it. Is it a management issue, how things are allocated? Please try to alleviate some of that. And good night.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm really grateful that you were all here and all alive, and I hope that we can come together on Thursday at 5 p.m. for the Kathy James birthday celebration / budget meeting this coming Thursday, the 23rd. Happy, happy, happy birthday. You don't look it, you don't act it. I hope you don't feel it. You are loved for your servant's heart, but also your joyful presence. You make life better, and you make Pontiac better. So God bless you and happy birthday. Our sincere condolences to the Keys family, and we have a lot of work to do to keep making progress on the many needs for the citizens of Pontiac. Is there a motion to adjourn this evening's meeting?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Pro Tem Carrington, that we adjourn this evening's meeting. Hearing no discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford. 6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We stand adjourned at 10 o'clock p.m. on the dot. Please